eyes. Despite having taken 3 bullets to the chest, he was still alive. That vest was good for something after all. Hoisting him in a fireman's lift, grateful he wasn't built like the other 4, Evan headed back out of the alley toward the Lotta. She dumped him in the rear seat, then got Lemus out of the trunk. "Christ!" Lemus said as he unfolded himself. He took a couple of tentative steps on rubbery legs. "I heard more shooting." He began to move toward the mouth of the alley. "Don't," Evan warned. Reacting to the tone of Evan's voice, Lemus halted in mid-stride, turned around to face her. "What happened?" "The men who came after me made mistakes. Fatal mistakes," Evan said tersely. Lemus rubbed his neck, arched his back. "I feel like I've been kicked by a bull." Evan pointed to the rider sprawled insensate on the Lotta's back seat. "Imagine how he feels." Lemus peered in through the Lotta's window, then immediately recoiled. "The motorcycle rider. But he's dead." "No, he's not." Evan got behind the Lotta's wheel. "Come on." Lemus eyed the now beat-up Lotta uncertainly. "Wouldn't it be better to get the Range Rover?" "In a perfect world," Evan told him. "But that sniper is still out there somewhere, and my guess is he knows that's the vehicle we came in." Lemus nodded, hurried to his seat, tried to pull the door shut. It wouldn't quite close, obliging him to hold the inside handle to keep it from swinging open on the sharp turns Evan was intent on making as they sped through the streets. For his part, Lemus remained tense, until they had put some distance between them and the back alley. Even then, he kept glancing over his shoulder at the unconscious rider, ignoring the pain the repeated movement caused him. "Where are we going?" he asked at last. "Remember the shop we stopped at before heading on to the restaurant?" Evan peered at street signs, kept changing direction. "We're going there. I need a place to hole up soon before our guest has had it. He's taken 3 bullets to his Kevlar vest. Plus, I broke 4 of his ribs. That'd be a major trauma to anyone's system." 10 minutes later, having taken a circuitous route, they arrived at the rear of the antique store. The Lotta's engine shut down with a shudder. Evan turned to Lemus. "Are you up to carrying our friend back there into the shop?" With a last glance behind him, Lemus nodded. "Up to now, I've felt as useful as a remora on a shark's flank." "Okay then," Evan said, exiting the car. Opening one of the rear doors, she reached in, slid the rider out, transferred him to Lemus's waiting arms. "Take it easy, don't get dizzy. This guy doesn't need to fall on his ass after all he's gone through." "I got this, don't worry." "I never worry." She crossed the street to the battered metal back door of the antique shop, knocked, then knocked again, more insistently this time. Several moments later, she heard footsteps approaching. The door was wrenched open, and the owner stood there with a shotgun at the ready. "Put that thing away," Evan said, as she stepped across the threshold, Lemus right behind her. "We've got an emergency." "I'll keep it if it's all the same to you." Evan snatched the shotgun away from him. "It isn't." She broke the breech, unloaded the shotgun, and set it against the closed door. The owner, whose name was Amirin Kartvelishvili, stepped back, almost stumbling against an upholstered footstool so old and battered it could have belonged to a czar. He had a dark, narrow head atop a square, broad-chested body. Short and squat as a weightlifter, he radiated a facade of unaffected indifference, no doubt erected upon years of listening to his customers' sob stories as they pawned the precious family heirlooms that Amirin made sure were worth less than they had expected or hoped. In other words, he was that particularly reprehensible subspecies of thief who stole bits of people's lives while cheating them. They were in a storeroom of sorts, dim and packed as a djinn's cave. All matter of bric-a-brac, large, small, and in between, was tagged and set on wooden shelves, some of them so dusty it was clear they hadn't been touched in years. Evan made way for Lemus and his burden. The moment Amirin saw them, his caterpillar eyebrows rose and his eyes opened wide. Evan pointed to the rider. "You know this man," she said. It wasn't a question. "Why would you think that?" Amirin replied, not very convincingly. He took a moment to gather himself, busying himself in preparing a narrow cot he often used when he didn't care to go home, where his shrew of a wife lorded it over him. The moment Lima set the driver down, Evan stepped up close to Amirin and, amid a cloud of rotted food and fetid body odor, said, "It was you who recommended the restaurant we went to for lunch." Amirin shrugged. "Was the food perhaps not to your liking?" "The food wasn't the problem," Evan said. "The lead was." "Lead?" Amirin's Adam's apple bobbed like a cork as he swallowed hard. I don't know what you're talking about." "Sure you do," she said, sticking her face right up to his and staring unblinking into his rabbity eyes. To their right, Lemus was kneeling over the rider. He'd unzipped the black leather jacket, peeled back the flaps, exposing the Kevlar vest beneath. He was now opening the rider's mouth. "He's having trouble breathing," Lemus said, to no one in particular. "I think he's going to swallow his tongue." Evan quickly stepped back from Amirin and went over to the cot. Lemus moved aside to give her access, but there was nothing to do. The young man was drowning in his own blood. Evan slapped his cheek. "Hey, don't die. Who are you? What's your name? Who do you work for?" The rider's trembling lips opened, red bubbles formed between them instead of words. Something rattled deep in his chest, then he sighed, as if letting go of all the pain that racked his body. He went slack. His bowels gave way. "God in heaven!" Amirin cried. "What evil have you brought into my house?" It was then that Evan saw the silver pin affixed to the lining of the rider's jacket. Silver. 2 ravens beak to beak. She ripped it off, turned to the dealer of antiques, pawned goods, and firearms, and held it up. "You did this to yourself, Amirin. That motorcycle rider was out to kill us. So were 5 of his brethren. 4 of them are dead." At this news, Amirin gave a quick, shuddery start. The person you brought in is stinking up my place of business." "I'm surprised you can tell," Evan said as an aside. Then back on topic. "The fastest way to get rid of him and the stink is to answer my questions." Evan held up the pin. "What does this signify, Amirin? And where's yours?" Amirin's yellow, ragged teeth were beginning to chatter. His staring eyes seemed to bulge like a frog's, looking this way and that. "There is no escape, my friend," Evan told him. "Not from me." She shoved the pin in the dealer's face. "Tell me what I want to know, or so help me, I will make sure you suffocate in the rider's shit." You wouldn't." "To a lowlife like you? I wouldn't hesitate for a heartbeat." "They'll kill me," Amirin said in a choked whisper. "You don't know." "But you'll tell me, won't you?" Evan's tone was calm and reasonable. She even smiled. But her voice was made of steel, and the smile wasn't reassuring. "With them, at least you'll have a head start. For a man like you, that's something. But with me, it's now or never. As long as I'm here, you'll never see the sun again, or eat a decent meal, or sleep in your own bed. This will be your tomb." All right. Amirin's tongue, thickened by terror, swiped his dry lips. Everywhere else, he was as wet as if he had just stepped out of the shower. He was sweating like a crazed farm animal. I need to sit down." Evan's arms swung out. "Be my guest." Amirin lowered himself shakily onto a wooden chair, its ladder back pressed against the floor-to-ceiling shelves that rose along the left-hand wall. "Where to start?" he asked himself. "At the end, the restaurant," Evan said, "and work backward." Amirin's eyes were bloodshot. Both hands gripped the edge of the chair seat between his spread legs. "You're right, of course. I made the call just after you bought the Beretta," he said. Which turned out to be a piece of crap, Evan said. But go on, who did you call? A man I only know as Cuervos. You've got to be joking. Amirin wiped his eyes clear of sweat. Not a bit of it. That's the truth. Evan leaned in. Amirin, you seem to be the sort of fellow who wouldn't know the truth if it came up and bit you on the backside. But I swear it, the dealer blubbered. Tears overflowed his eyes, made tracks in the dirt on his cheeks. What? Lemus said. What is it? Evan made an animal sound, like a lioness clearing its throat. Cuervos is Spanish for ravens. 26. Tell me, Evan said, what does this person who calls himself Cuervos look like? I never met him. Amirin, shoulders slumped, stared down at the scuffed and dirty floor between his feet. My only contact with him is by mobile. This stink is getting to me, Lemus said, edging toward the back door. I'm going to step outside for a few. Keep a sharp eye out, Evan said over her shoulder. At that moment, Amirin slid a crease out of its sheath beneath the chair seat, lunged hard and fast at Evan. Stepping inside the strike, Evan felt the curved knife blade rip through her coat. But by then, she had a forearm against the dealer's throat, jamming him back into his chair, forcing his head up. Evan struck him hard just under the sternum with her free hand, and when all the breath left Amirin, she wrenched the crease away, substituting its point for her forearm. If you try that again. And she pricked the dealer's throat, drawing both blood and an indrawn breath from Amirin. Now, Evan said, tell me everything you know about Cuervos. Amirin gulped, his eyes open wide and fairly bulging from their sockets. Please take that away, he whined. I can't breathe. Evan withdrew the crease, but held it at the ready in plain view. Amirin licked his dry lips. He was sweating even more profusely. I'm so dry my throat is closing up, he gestured. There's some bottled water in that half-fridge over there. Lemus, the stink forgotten in the brief but frightening melee, crossed the space, bent over and opened the door. One of the blue glass bottles, Amirin said vaguely. He seemed mesmerized by the curl of the crease's blade. Lemus brought the bottle over, broke the seal on the cap, held it out. Amirin glanced up at Evan. Is it okay? Go on. The dealer took the bottle gingerly, as if he half expected Evan to slap it out of his grip. Then he took a swig. His eyes closed and he swallowed greedily. First of all, he said, I want to make it crystal clear I'm not one of them. One of who? I don't own a raven pin. Evan nodded. Okay, good for you. Now answer my question, one of who? The first tribe. The first tribe? That's what they call themselves. Die Raben. Which translated from German meant the ravens. Amirin took another swig of his water, coughed softly, then continued on. The German core of them claim to be direct descendants of Himmler, Goering, Joy the Crip. He meant Joseph Goebbels, the Nazi minister of propaganda. That's insane, Evan said. History records what happened to these men and their families. But not their illegitimate offspring. That's utter nonsense, nothing more than propaganda. But a lie most often told becomes the truth, doesn't it? Money, Evan said. Terrorist activities cost money, a lot of it, especially on a global scale. Where is Die Raben getting their funding? And don't tell me that old wives' tale about hidden Nazi gold. Amirin tried to laugh, but it turned into a dry, rasping cough that raised bile into his esophagus. Turning his head, he ejected it. If I told you Nazi gold, you wouldn't believe me. If I told you blood money, you wouldn't believe me. So, I say nothing. Tell me what you believe, she said. Amirin shook his head. I respectfully decline. Anyway, it doesn't matter. A small, sad smile creased his face. Not now. What's that supposed to mean? Lemus had come closer. He was standing just behind Evan, peering over her shoulder. The dealer looked at them and smiled. What do you think it means? His eyes began to cross, then they went out of focus. Evan knocked the bottle away as Amirin tried for a third and last swallow. She grabbed the dealer by the shoulders, shook him. Amirin! Amirin! What's happening? Lemus asked anxiously. He's taken poison. Evan slapped the dealer's pale cheeks. That damn water! She slapped Amirin harder. Listen to me. Where is Cuervos? What's his mobile number? But Amirin was beyond all speech. His gaze had flown inward like a bird returning home to its ancestral nest, empty now, apart from memories. All too soon, they too were gone. Amirin slumped in Evan's arms. Quick, Evan said to Lemus. Hold him up. As Lemus did so, Evan went through the dealer's pockets until she found what she was looking for. Amirin's mobile. Now, she said, let's get out of this charnel house. As you were saying? Evan swallowed the last bit of a tough and stringy grilled rabbit the proprietor boasted he had snared himself, set down her fork. He should have made it into a stew, she thought, but maybe even that wouldn't have helped. You have a confession to make. They had driven to the other side of Tbilisi, and on the outskirts of the city had found a small inn that catered to hikers and mountain climbers. Evan drove about a mile past it, turned off the road into a deep ditch. Despite their weariness, now that the adrenaline rush was wearing off, they hiked back to the inn. It was nothing fancy, but the rooms were clean, though small. This time of year, they more or less had the inn to themselves. Best of all, it didn't take much to persuade the owner to take double the rate for not logging them in. Now they sat in the narrow strip of dining room that overlooked the mountains. A half-empty bottle of vodka sat on the table between them. Evan was nursing her second pour, but Lemus was already on his fourth. Clearly the events of the last 2 days had unnerved him. Before we get to that, please tell me if you've found anything of interest on Amirin's mobile. I did, Evan said. You aren't going to make me beg, are you? I think the time has come, as the walrus said, to speak of many things. Wrong venue, Evan replied dryly. I don't know anything about cabbages and kings. Lemus gave out a brief laugh. I've been through quite a bit in the last 2 days. I should think you owe me. The first thing you should know about me, Peter, I don't owe anyone anything. In my world, that kind of attitude will get you killed. And it almost had. A number of times, she thought, but of course didn't say. The second thing is, yes, I found something of great interest, namely Cuervo's number. By the country and city code, I know he's in Obersalzberg, Germany. I suppose that's where you propose to head next. Tomorrow, if at all possible, Evan affirmed. Ah, well. Evan frowned. Meaning? Lemus looked away for a moment, then re-engaged Evan's gaze. The confession I was about to make to you. One of the reasons I agreed to come with you is my partner, Roger, Lemus said. His hair was disheveled, and the points of his cheeks were cherry red, a perfect match to his red-rimmed eyes. After the way he acted at the poker game, I don't know who he is, maybe who he ever was. I mean, I've known him for a good number of years, in England and then the States. And we've gone out together, had beers, even shared a girl once, though I'm not so proud of that night. But still, I thought I knew him, and now we know what the Raven Pins mean. The First Tribe? Neo-Nazis? Christ, I really don't know what to think. Evan pushed her plate away. The greasy rabbit was lying in her stomach like a handful of lead shot. Your current situation reminds me of the famous riddle posed by Martin Gardner in his book, Entertaining Mathematical Puzzles. An island is inhabited by two tribes. Members of one tribe always tell the truth, members of the other always lie. A missionary meets two of these natives, one tall, the other short. "Are you a truth-teller?" he asks the taller one, whose answer the missionary recognizes as a native word meaning either yes or no, but he can't recall which. The short native speaks English, so the missionary asks him what his companion says. "He says yes," replies the short native, "but he's a liar." What tribe does each native belong to? Evan spread her hands. Things are like that for you now. You don't know who's lying and who's telling the truth. You feel like you're caught between a rock and a hard place. You don't know who to trust. Lemus nodded bleakly. "But there's another far more important reason I'm here. I have a sister. We grew up together, but not for long." He turned his glass around and around between his hands. "I haven't seen her since we were children, and I want to very much. So I was hoping." He spread his hands wide. "We're in the Republic of Georgia, Lemus, not England. You thought what? You'd just fly on over to London and—" Lemus stared at her with his bleary eyes, a look of desperation creeping into them. "Moscow, actually, and, well, to be honest, I thought we both might go. I mean that you'd help me." Evan looked at him as if he'd lost his mind. "What? Why would I do that? Moscow? What are you even talking about?" Lemus sighed. "So you truly don't recognize me, do you?" "You asked me that before, should I?" Lemus looked crestfallen. "I admit to being disappointed. I was hoping you might, but the longer I'm with you and you still say nothing." He lowered his voice even though there was no one around to overhear their conversation. The lone waiter was at the other end of the room, smoking and looking out the window. "How I know who you really are. My aunt told me all about you. And she showed you a photo of me," he whispered. "Or at least she told me she did." Evan stared at him, mute. "It was years ago," Lemus went on. He felt his cheeks with the tips of his fingers. "Yet another humiliation at having made a pass at you, and Brenda, I promise it won't happen again, but you don't know how I've imagined you for all this time." He laughed without amusement. "Like a real-life Wonder Woman, and then suddenly there I am with you and you're larger than life. I don't know, I thought that maybe you liked me, maybe if we'd be closer." He watched Evan with a terrible trepidation. "Presumptuous of me, I'm sorry, and insane now that I think about it." Evan chose to ignore this part of his confession. She didn't want to think about the fact that he was right. She did like him, and if it weren't for Brenda, she might not have pushed him away. And besides, what he felt about her was of no interest to her compared to how he knew who she really was, and why he would be looking for his sister in Moscow. "Your aunt?" was all she said. "That's right," Lemus replied. "My aunt Lyudmila Alexievna Shokova." As soon as General Boyko reached his office, Timmy arrived with the latest batch of items from Nemesis. He went through them while he was still shrugging off his greatcoat. "Why is the American government harboring a Zionist terrorist in its secret services?" the first one read. It went on to accuse Benjamin Butler of the most despicable crimes, the latest in what was now a barrage of newly unearthed facts incriminating him. Boyko turned to the next several communiques. It was immediately apparent that Nemesis was also stepping up its campaign to trash any American not of the Caucasian persuasion. 2 items accused the Black American professional athletes of being un-American. The first for taking the knee during the playing of the national anthem at the beginning of sports events. The second for speaking out via social media, condemning the president's stance. A third item was in defense of the president for tweeting that the American flag burning by the neo-Nazis, now called the alt-right, an amusing euphemism that Boyko had dreamed up himself, was an acceptably peaceful manner of protest. These items, which he gave off to Timmy to disseminate through the latest iteration of bot armies, like many from Nemesis that passed through Boyko's hands, tickled his funny bones so deeply that he was forced to guffaw out loud. It was immensely amusing to him that Nemesis was his #1 client. What fools these Westerners be, he thought, returning to the much less entertaining paperwork with which he was constantly flooded, which in its way served the purpose of keeping his mind away from what had almost happened to his daughter. My real name is Vasily Evan. Vasily Shokov. But after my parents died, Lyudmila gave me a new identity in Russia as Vasily Medvedev so she could smuggle me out. When she came to me, Aunt Lyudmila was very circumspect, Lemus said. She was like a grandmaster chess champion, always playing the long game, she told me once. No one else does that. They're all too eager to get over on one another in the short term. In the end, you're the one who survives. Just like this, you want me to believe that you're Lyudmila's nephew? Evan shook her head. She never showed me a photo of you. While they had been at dinner, night had fallen, and though the temperature had plummeted with the death of the sun, they had mutually agreed to continue their discussion as they walked the meager grounds of the inn. Aunt Lyudmila said that you and she had been friends for some time. She told me she trusted you, even though you were an American. She showed me your picture, a snapshot taken in sunlight and shadow, leaves all around, in a forest glade, maybe. Evan knew exactly which photo Lemus meant. She remembered that day so clearly. She and Lyudmila had met for lunch in the Karakoy section of Istanbul. Afterward, they had strolled into a small leafy park, away from the roiling crowds, the brutal sun. They had taken photos of each other, just one each, to keep. That was their secret, their silent acknowledgement of a friendship that transcended nationality or ideology. I knew it was you the moment you sat down across from me at the steakhouse. So, mightn't she have told you about me? She did say she had a niece and nephew, Evan said, but she never showed me a photo of either of you. He was quiet for a moment. She told me she had. But if she actually didn't, I'm sure it was out of a sense of security. She was ultra-sensitive about both me and my sister. She made it her business to keep us out of the spotlight, off the FSB and GRU books. You see, we were very young when my parents died. A car crash on the ring road, a tractor-trailer. The driver was blind drunk. Aunt Lyudmila changed my sister's and my name to Medvedev and brought us to England. But my sister was never happy in England. And she left to go back to Russia. Moscow, I think, when she was 12. I don't know how she did it. She must have been in touch with someone there. So very long ago, and I haven't seen her since. Lyudmila could have kept us, I suppose, brought us up. Instead, in England, she brought us to friends of hers, who lived in a very big stone house in Sussex, the Lemuses. She wanted a different life for both of us, but she also, well, she saved me for a particular purpose. What purpose? I think she foresaw a day when she would run against the grain of Russian Federation policy. She loved Russia dearly, but she didn't believe in what had happened to it. She despised the sovereign's Russia. I know very well what you mean, Evan said, recalling numerous discussions she'd had with Lyudmila over the years of their friendship. So, while I was being brought up English, while I was excelling at school before I went up to Cambridge, Lyudmila never let me forget my roots, that I was Russian. She'd set up a trust for me. The money came from there, but she guided everything. And just before she vanished, she sent me a coded message. She told me that if anything seemed out of place, if anything changed in my situation, I should go find you." Almost unconsciously, Evan fingered the tiny wooden carving in a secret pocket of her trousers. "How did she suggest you do that?" Evan couldn't keep the skepticism out of her voice. Either Lemus didn't notice Evan's tone or chose to ignore it. He just shook his head and said, "She told me to find Evan Ryder. She told me to find you." There was a prescient suggestion, Evan thought, and the clearest sign that Lemus might just possibly be telling the truth. "But you found me first, and when I saw you, He stopped, licked his lips. "Listen, Evan, I know you won't believe me now, but I love Brenda. I love her with all my heart. She's got a good soul. She doesn't ask me awkward questions about my work because I know I can't ask about her work. She's smart and strong and frankly loves sex, but—" Evan's brows knit together. "But what?" "I don't think I'm worthy of her," said in a rasping whisper as if pulled out of his guts. "Deep down, I don't believe I'm good enough. She's so much what I've always wanted, what I was sure I'd never find, and that makes me think—" He took a deep, shuddering breath before continuing. "It makes me think she can't possibly love me, that for her we're just a temporary fling until the next guy comes along." "Is that what you think of Brenda? That she's just playing you?" Lemus turned to Evan, his moonlit face so very sorrowful. "Isn't that what she does for a living? Play people?" Evan had no answer for that. How well did she know Brenda, after all? And playing people was what she did for a living, too. Their forms passed through light and shadow, like candles flickering in a strong breeze, or at the end of their lives. A dog barked far away, the sound echoing among the shanks of the mountains, a lonely melancholy sound. They came to a shed where the proprietor kept his snares, ropes, and green saplings, stripped of bark, ready to be bent with the tough netting to snare larger game, red deer, no doubt. Evan peered in briefly, the paraphernalia silvered by the moonlight. They had just completed their 7th circuit of the property. It was high time they got some well-earned sleep, but as Evan turned to head back to the inn, Lemus caught her by the arm. "Listen, I'm sorry it took me so long to come clean with you. I didn't know where I was." "And now you do." Lemus gave a rueful little laugh just before they both went inside. She is inside the red brick mansion. The air is thick with fear and desperation. There are faces, blobs of light moving back and forth. Voices come to her as if from beneath the sea, or perhaps she is the one under the ocean. She feels herself falling through dark water, deeper and deeper. She knows she is meant to fall apart. She doesn't fall apart, but when, heart-pounding, she opened her eyes into the still darkness of her second-floor room, she found herself thinking of Pat Wilson, who had been taken apart inside the mansion, and wondering when her own moment would come. 27. "Don't move," the voice said from behind her. "Don't even breathe." The voice was Charles's. She did as he ordered. "Now," he continued, "very slowly, take your hand away from that switch." "I was just going to turn on the light." "Exactly what Voron would expect someone coming after her would do." Charles came toward her. "That switch will trigger a blast that would kill you instantly." Brenda felt a tentacle curling in the pit of her stomach. She gestured. "I wanted to take a closer look at those photos on the wall. You should too. That man is military, maybe a general. And the mountains are the Alps. I'm certain they're a clue to Voron's identity. I want to take them with us." "No way," he said as his voice returned to its original alarmed tone. 5 will get you 10 Voron secreted the explosives behind them. There are no other photos or wall hangings anywhere else on the premises. Those photos are bait. But intriguing bait nonetheless. Brenda stepped toward them, took a series of photos with her mobile, then turned back to Charles. No sign of Voron herself, I take it. Just tiny bits and pieces. She's in the wind. Bits and pieces like what? Brenda asked. He beckoned. Come take a look. She followed him back out into the cavernous, empty main space, and then through the door she hadn't chosen, the one to the right, into a good-sized room. Her mobile buzzed. It was Butler. Butler, I've seen the online attacks on my Twitter feed. How are you? Brenda asked. Is everything all right? It will be soon enough, Butler said. Give me a sit rep. We're closing in on the bomb maker. Her operational name is Voron. The bomb maker is female. Affirmative. One of my contacts confirmed this. She took a breath. We found her lair. Well, former lair, anyway. She's flown, but she left behind a couple of photos. I'm uploading them to your private server right now. Her fingertips were busy on the phone for a moment. Okay, you've got them. Good. Anything further? No. Well, I have something for you. We've confirmed that Anna Alta was a Nemesis agent. Brenda took a breath, almost dreading to hear Butler's reply to her next question. Butler, do you have eyes on Peter? In a way, he's with Evan, Butler said. In the Republic of Georgia. What? Brenda couldn't believe her ears. How the hell did that happen? They found the 2 missing MI6 agents. Focus, Brenda thought. Dead? Evan sent photos. Ritually murdered, throats ripped out just like our agents. So that list really is a kill list. Brenda took a breath. Charles is the only one on it who's still alive. One last silence. For some reason, this one frightened Brenda. Butler? She heard her director breathing. The list I showed you was redacted. I thought under the circumstances it wasn't wise. But now, after what you've told me... Brenda's heart was in her throat. What circumstances? The original list has 7 names on it, Brenda. Peter is the 7th. Gorgonov had been up all night in his office suite working on plans, counterplans, contingencies, exit strategies, and fail-safes all regarding his mandate from the Sovereign to tie RNU to Nemesis and to, as he had said, kill the serpent at Mother Russia's bosom. But by dawn's early light, it seemed that he was still no closer to finding the source point of Nemesis. He knew he was missing something, a vital link that would unravel the whole... and it was driving him crazy. Disgusted, he came out from behind his enormous desk, padded barefoot over to the mini-fridge where there were always bottles of vodka and, for special occasions, such as this one, champagne chilling. Popping the cork, he poured the sparkling wine into a flute, took it and the bottle over to the window, stood sipping, as he looked out onto Lubyanka Square, where the wide-shouldered buildings blocked out the fragile light of the coming day. Few people braved the elements at this early hour, just a few hardy souls, bundled into anonymity, hurrying diagonally across the square, coming to relieve members of the SVR night shift. Draining his glass, he poured himself another, and another after that until half the bottle had been consumed. By this time the square had begun to come to life, in the Moscow fashion. The first tourists of the day were there with their in-country guides, staring at the Lubyanka, Google-eyed, with the same ersatz terror that gripped them during American spy films. Gorgonov made a face. Setting glass and bottle on a low coffee table, he threw himself on the long Italian sofa, drew a featherweight blanket over himself, and fell instantly to sleep. He was awakened by his adjutant with a bucketful of morning extracts from SVR units around the globe and intercepts of GRU communications. The latter interested him the more. He pored over these while he was served fresh coffee and a plate filled with a pyramid of Entman's chocolate-glazed donuts, flown in daily for him. He wolfed them down, 3 bites each, while marking up the intercepts for follow-ups this afternoon. He had set aside this completed work when he was handed a last-minute communique that his people had intercepted between General Boyko and someone by the name of Alice. But then he saw that because the paper had been smudged on its way over to him, he'd read the name wrong. Boyko was corresponding with Alice, an Alice in Germany. His people had narrowed the source down to somewhere in Bavaria. And the person who had transcribed the intercept had circled 2 words that had not been in Cyrillic. Die Robin. Gorgonov fairly leapt out of his seat. His hand was shaking so much the paper fluttered like a bird's wing. Die Robin. The Ravens. Boyko hooked up with a German in Bavaria, no less, the birthplace of Nazism. Now a hotbed of neo-Nazis. His heart rate climbed precipitously, and it was all he could do not to let out a shout. Die Robin was Nemesis. By then it was lunchtime. He'd been working almost continuously since yesterday morning, and he recognized that he needed a break. Donning his long, fur-collared overcoat, he strode out of his office, taking the wide marble stairs with their wrought-iron guardrails down the 3 flights to the street to get the cramps out of his legs. His car was waiting for him, with his driver and daytime bodyguard at the ready as always, but he was in a festive mood, and instead of going straight to his favorite restaurant, he had the driver take him to the gymnastics center where his daughter Lolita took her lessons. He got out of the car and waited for her, wanting to surprise her. This he did. Breaking away from her new bodyguard, she came running over to him when she saw him. His wife had told him that the bodyguard made Lolita more nervous than when she didn't have one. She had no idea what was going on, nor did his wife, for that matter, but it was slowly dawning on him that in the absence of facts, children flooded the void with their darkest fears.
"Papa!" she cried. "What are you doing here?"
"I missed you, Lastochka."
He held out his arms and hugged her.
"How would you like to come with me for lunch?"
"Really?"
Her blue eyes got big around.
"Yes! Oh, yes!"
She clapped her hands, then almost immediately frowned.
"But my diet... Miss Olga says I must be very careful what I put in my body."
"What Miss Olga says can wait until tomorrow. You deserve a day off."
He ushered her into the back seat of the SUV where she happily squirmed her hard little backside into the plush leather. Arriving at the restaurant, he made sure Max went through to the back, to hang out in the kitchen while he and Lolita were seated at his usual prime table. At this hour, the place was just half full. The restaurant did the bulk of its business at dinner time and afterward. When DJs invaded and the tables in the center were packed up, and the petals of a portable dance floor flowered open. Now all was calm and sedate, just the way Gorgonov liked it. The room was done up like a living room, with sofas and upholstered chairs in sapphire velvet. Uniformed waiters picked their way around lamps and side tables, on which drinks were arrayed. The cuisine was European, the meats prime cut, the fruits and vegetables fresh off the cooperative farm. Gorgonov ordered for both himself and his daughter, drank an ice-cold vodka gimlet while she sipped on a Coca-Cola because, after all, this was a special occasion. He ate slowly and meditatively, clearing his mind of the clutter built up over the last 24 hours, scheming, interspersed with reading a veritable blizzard of intel dailies coming in from all points, focusing on RNU and Nemesis activities. Still, he listened with one ear only to Lolita's recitation on her gymnastics class and the trials and tribulations of her best friend, whom she was trying her best to help. For dessert, he asked for 2 of the pastry chef's excellent pavlovas. When Lolita piped up,
"I don't like pavlova," he said.
"You'll like this one, I guarantee it,"
and paid no attention to her small grimace. When he was finished, he sat back, feeling for the moment so replete that he initiated further conversation with his daughter, finding as he did so the fondness he had felt for her when she was born. Telling Lolita he'd be right back, he rose, went into the rear corridor, used the facilities. When he returned to the table, he saw that his daughter was holding a plush bear, its coat shiny brown. "What is this?" he said with a sense of foreboding.
A man gave it to me.
Man? Gorgonov looked around. What man? Do you see him now?
Lolita craned her neck, then stood up on the sofa she and her father had been sitting on, turning her little body this way and that.
No, Papa, I don't see him.
She hugged the bear to her chest.
His name is Yuri, the man told me.
He held out a hand, and she sat down again. He looked at the bear for a long moment.
What did this man look like?
She shrugged. She was still hugging the bear to her. The pavlova sat untouched in the center of her dessert plate.
Just a man.
Was he tall or short, fat or slim?
He was neither tall nor short, neither fat nor slim,
Lolita said, maddeningly. She appeared quite uninterested in this line of questioning. She began to speak to Yuri the bear. Gorgonov sighed before turning and beckoning his waiter over.
Did you see who gave my daughter this bear?
No, sir.
Who did? Anyone? I'm sorry, sir, I can't say. I didn't see anyone deliver it. But then I was busy in the kitchen picking up plates for diners at another table.
The waiter gestured.
May I bring you more coffee, sir? Or your daughter a different dessert? A scoop of ice cream, perhaps?
Gorgonov shook his head.
We're finished.
Then, with another glance at Lolita, said,
No, wait. Bring her some ice cream. Chocolate, if you have it. Chocolate's her favorite. Right away, sir.
The waiter scurried away, clearly relieved that he hadn't been yelled at for his inattention.
Lol, I need to take the bear,
he told his daughter. She handed it over, having heard that chocolate ice cream was coming, which was enough to mollify her for the moment. Gorgonov took the bear and stalked away. He found Max in the kitchen.
Did anyone come through here? He asked him. Anyone holding this?
He held up the bear.
No, sir, not a soul,
Max replied.
Gorgonov sighed. All right. Take this bear and tear it apart. And do it carefully. I don't know what might be inside. Yes, sir.
Max accepted Yuri the bear and, taking up a carving knife, slit open the seam along the animal's back. Out fell a cheap pay-as-you-go mobile phone. Gorgonov stared at it as if it might bite him.
Sir.
Max was waiting for an order. With difficulty, Gorgonov tore his gaze from the phone, which seemed to be magnetized to the instrument.
Yes, well, all right. Get some of the string they use here to sew up the birds after they're stuffed. Repair the bear and then bring it back to Lolita. Sit with her until I return. Don't let her out of your sight, even for an instant. Yes, sir, right away.
Scooping up the mobile, Gorgonov left the kitchen and returned to the restroom. There he entered a cubicle, locked the door, and turned on the phone. As soon as it grabbed hold of the network, he saw that there was one text message waiting for him. His thumb hovered over the key for a moment before pressing it.
Does she like Yuri?
Yes? No? He read. No salutation, no signature. But then none were needed. Only 2 ways to proceed. Which one? His suspicion was confirmed. Boyko was behind this. Their feud had gotten out of hand. Bringing their children into it had been an enormous miscalculation. But now they were in it up to their necks. Boyko had begun this war by poaching Brady Thompson. Added to that, he had trashed an SVR safe house, in the process executing 2 of Gorgonov's men. Proceeding along either of the 2 paths Boyko was implying was out of the question. He was not going to back down.
Fuck you and your fucking bear, he typed.
With a strangled growl, he pressed send. 28. Bad news, Charles said as Brenda came across from the other side of the space where she had been conversing with Butler. Just the opposite, she said brightly. Send me that photo of Lemus and Gorgonov, would you? She gave him her phone number. Charles nodded. Right away. Taking out his mobile, he pulled up the photo. The moment it appeared on her screen, she forwarded it to Butler's private server. That done, she looked around the large space. As elsewhere in the building, murky light came through small, grimy windows high on the exterior walls. A large wooden table, with a scarred and burned top, stood in the center of the room. Charles led her into the small space where Voron had tapped into the existing electrical wiring that had led him into the smaller room with the photographs. She went over to the table. This must be where she assembled the bombs. That's right, Charles said, following her over. Every scar, every burn tells another story of her work. Look here, he pointed. She's meticulous, neat, precise. No shards of metal, plastic, or wire insulation anywhere. It's the bomber's equivalent of policing your brass, gathering up the spent shells after you fired your weapon. He grunted. Honestly, I've never seen anything like this. As she stared at the tabletop, Brenda fell into a kind of reverie or trance, as if trying to conjure up the afterimage of the bomber, catch a scent of her, intuit what was in her mind. It was in this altered state that she became aware of the hint of airflow caressing her cheek. Charles? Is there a window open somewhere? He craned his neck to look up at them, one by one. No, they're all closed up tight. I don't think they're meant to open at all. I need to calm down. She held out a hand. I could use a smoke. What, now? He regarded her quizzically for a moment. Really? She waggled her outstretched fingertips, and shrugging, he took out a cigarette. She took it, put it between her lips, and he lit it for her. She inhaled, went over to one of the walls, blew smoke at it, and watched it dissipate. She did the same thing as she moved along the wall into the far left corner. She repeated this process along the back wall and then, finally, the right-hand wall. Through the length of this odd ritual, Charles trailed after her with a bemused look. When they returned to the table, she smiled at him as if to say, "No, I'm not crazy." Then she squatted down, exhaled smoke under the table. Charles squatted down on the other side of the table, just in time to see the smoke swirling down between the floorboards. Brenda looked at him, pointed to where the smoke had disappeared, and he nodded, getting it. They both stood and, without a word, picked up the table, moved it off to one side, exposing the floor underneath. Stubbing her butt out on the tabletop, Brenda drew her sidearm while Charles squatted again, ran his fingertips over the rough-hewn boards. The nature of their surfaces made detection difficult and laborious, but after several moments he discovered a short length of clear plastic cord jammed into the crevice between two of the boards. He pulled it slowly upward until it was taut. He looked up at Brenda briefly. She was standing 3 or 4 paces away in the classic shooter's stance, arms stiff, legs at shoulder width, both hands on her gun, aiming directly at the center of what they now saw was a trap door to what must be a root cellar. They both knew, without voicing it, that Voron might well be hiding down there. Brenda's pulse quickened, her senses sharpened. She could feel the blood flowing through her veins and arteries, the tick-tock workings of her heart. "Ready?" Charles mouthed. She took a deep breath, let it out slowly, nodded. Charles pulled up on the cord. Slowly, firmly, with a constant motion, the trapdoor began to rise up like a vampire's coffin lid. He paused, checked for a tripwire. Seeing no sign of one, he continued to pull on the cord. The trapdoor opened, and the blast hit Charles full force. The percussion threw Brenda backward, off her feet. She lay stunned, hearing only the echo of detonation filling her ear canals, the incessant pressure against her eardrums. Smoke and debris filled the air. Sawdust in a carpenter's workspace. Charles lay on his back, legs twisted under him. He had been lucky and unlucky all at once. The wooden trapdoor had protected him from the brunt of the blast, but as it flew apart, a thick shard of wood had pierced his chest like a javelin thrown by a powerful adversary. And as Brenda watched, half-stunned, deafened, that adversary rose up from the root cellar where, indeed, she had secreted herself when she heard their car driving up. Voron, the bomb maker, the Raven. Dark-haired, light-eyed, her body small and compact, a gymnast's body, unformed like a prepubescent girl or even a young man not yet grown into whiskers. When she was only halfway into the room, she swiveled her torso, even as she continued her ascent up the stairs or ladder that was hidden from Brenda's view. A basilisk stare that would have creeped out Medusa struck Brenda like a stone from David's slingshot. She felt it in the center of her chest, could swear her muscles contracted, convulsing as if with trauma. Voron raised a Springfield Armory 1911 TRP pistol, a 10mm with a 6-inch long slide barrel that could stop a bear in its tracks. Her fingers, long and spidery thin, were wrapped around the polymer grips. Brenda watched, mesmerized, as the Springfield's muzzle swung toward her. The pain in her chest lurched her brain into survival mode. The autonomous nervous system, working faster than conscious thought possibly could, brought her sidearm up and fired it, all in one smooth motion. Voron grinned. The long slide bucked. An explosion resounded a hair's breadth from Brenda's left temple, though she felt, rather than heard it, which was even more terrifying. She screamed, fired, rolled, all at the same time. Brenda lifted herself to her knees, keeping her eyes on Voron the whole time. The grin on Voron's face remained fixed. The bomb maker was still staring at the spot where Brenda had lain mere seconds before. Brenda's thighs were trembling so badly she couldn't stand up. Crawling across the floorboards, she approached Voron. As she did so, the basilisk stare turned in her direction, and she shuddered. That stare was impossible to process. Voron's face turned very white. Her eyes reflected an all-encompassing pain, and that's when Brenda saw the blood. Her first shot had fractured the right clavicle, rendering Voron's gun arm useless. It flopped on the floorboards like a landed fish, the back of the hand banging and banging, seemingly of its own volition. The grin was abruptly transformed into a rictus, and her entire body began to thrash, just like the useless hand. Brenda's second and third shots had passed through Voron's throat to sever her spinal column, ripping apart nerves as well as muscle and bone. As Brenda drew close to her, the bomb-maker's mouth gaped open, and a torrent of blood gushed out. "Oh, God," Brenda whispered, and crawled on past the trapdoor and its bloody occupant to where Charles lay. "Charles!" she called with all her might, though it was only the soft, hoarse cry one emits in a dream. "Charles, wake up!" She was weeping openly, past knowing or even remembering that he would never wake up. Agonized moments later, her eyes rolled up and she collapsed, unconscious, stretched between Charles and the devil. 29. Brenda awoke with the unholy racket of an AC/DC concert thundering through her head. For some time, she lay where she had fallen, disoriented and suffering from temporary amnesia. During this time, she just concentrated on breathing and making sure that she was still alive and not inhabiting some ghostly limbo suffused with the stench of an abattoir. Then, as was the nature of these things, in the blink of an eye, everything came flooding back. The discovery of the hidden trapdoor, her giving Charles cover while he pulled the cord, the explosion catching both of them, Charles fatally, and the subsequent rise of Voron with her demonic weapon that by the grace of God had not killed Brenda herself. Slowly, painfully, she rose onto all fours, her head hung down, the pit of her stomach churning like the sea in a hurricane. She coughed, retched several times, brought up nothing but bitter bile, a tiny bit of her insides that lay between the mess Voron had made of Charles and she, Brenda, had made of Voron. Then, still slowly, feeling as fragile as blown glass, She looked at Charles. Immediately she wished she hadn't. He lay sprawled, one arm outstretched, the other in front of him as if trying to ward off the inevitable. The shard of wood sticking out of his chest seemed to have penetrated through his spine, severing it. Up on her haunches at last, Brenda made her wobbly way over to him. Dizzy, sick at heart, she knelt beside him, took his outstretched hand as though to comfort him in his time of need, when it was in fact her own time of need. In death, she had granted him the power to comfort her. There was little doubt in her mind that he had given his life to protect her. In retrospect, neither of them should have pulled that cord. Easy enough to say now. To think that they should have stood well back while peppering the trapdoor with bullets. But that was blood under the bridge now, and the only thing to do was to go on one step at a time. His entire front was covered in blood, drying, darkening, stiffening, which made her deep dive to find his mobile phone particularly unpleasant. She couldn't wash away the feeling that she was plundering the dead. Still, it had to be done, and only after she had found it, pocketed it, did she break down. "Damn it, Charles," she whispered hoarsely. "Damn it to hell." She sobbed soundlessly, head bowed, hand in his, her heart hollow and aching. At some point she came to the realization that she was crying for herself, for allowing herself to be gulled, used by Peter, and this made her feel small and petty. But upon further reflection, it also caused her to understand better Evan's coolness to her, and to everyone else who came into her orbit. It was a form of self-protection against just what Brenda was feeling now. All cried out at last, she slipped her hand from Charles's and turned her attention to Voron, the source of their misery. She rose, picked her way over to the trapdoor. Never mind that she shambled like someone from the Night of the Living Dead. As a matter of fact, that was precisely what she felt like, mindless, rageful, cold as a graveyard at midnight. For some time, she studied Voron's face, which looked to her much like it had when the bomb-maker was alive. Her eyes had been dead long before Brenda had shot her. Her torso had been pushed back against the side of the floorboards, farthest from where Brenda had pulled the trigger. Her arms were half spread out, palms lying upward. Brenda bent down, the rush of blood to her pounding head causing chorus lines of black spots to dance before her eyes. She sucked in a breath, let it out, and picked up the bomb-maker's weapon, the Springfield 1911 TRP 10mm long slide. Brenda was familiar with its profile and workings. She emptied the gun, stashing the bullets in her pocket before jamming it between her skin and her waistband. She took out her mobile, snapped a boatload of photos of Voron from every conceivable angle, close-ups and long, establishing shots, so Butler could get a sense of the bomb-maker's corpse in situ. Then she hunkered down in front of Voron. She wished she had a pair of latex or even leather gloves to put on, though surely the leather would be ruined 5 minutes after she started rummaging around the bloody corpse. But all she had were her bare hands. She began by hauling the bomb-maker all the way out of the trapdoor and laying her out on the floorboards. Her dark hair was close-cropped, her light eyes large and staring. Soon enough they would milk over. She had a round face, almost as unformed as her body. Brenda tried to guess her age, but failed. She could be anywhere between 20 and her late 30s. Her nails were cut short, square across, except those on her thumbs, which were ragged, bitten down to the quick. Nerves, then, at least sometimes, though surely not when she was building her bombs. Though there was even more blood across her front than on Charles's, it was still possible to tell what she was wearing. Tight black jeans, a silver-gray tank top that betrayed just the barest hint of breast buds. Her shoulders were square and wide, her arms hairless and as powerful as a gymnast's. Patting her down, searching for any personal effects she might have on her, Brenda found herself wondering what Voron had been like, what had caused her to become a bomb-maker, what her personal politics and prejudices had been. Was she someone who would listen to viewpoints other than her own? Or had she been radicalized beyond any form of civilized communication? Brenda found herself feeling a certain form of sadness which, under the extreme circumstances, she knew to be inappropriate. And yet, she felt sad. Another unfathomable attribute of being a human being. She found no mobile on the woman, no ID, nothing. Turning away from the body, she descended into the root cellar on an almost vertical wooden ladder. She pulled a string hanging from the ceiling, and a bare bulb came on, its sickly yellow glow illuminating, sadly, nothing much at all. Taking a tour around the circle of light, it seemed clear that Voron had beat a hasty retreat down here. There was no sign at all that she had bunked here. No blankets or bedding of any kind, no torn-open wrappers of packaged foods, no pizza boxes, no cans of soda. The root cellar was as bare as old Mother Hubbard's cupboards. Except at the farthest edge of the circle, in the penumbra, where the yellow light dimmed into shadow, lay a small slip of paper that, Brenda thought, had likely slipped out of Voron's pocket. Brenda stooped and picked it up, opening it as she moved back into the center of the circle where the light was bright enough to see without eye strain. It was a receipt from Willie's Swap-N' Shop, a pawn shop in Anacostia. The ticket was for a Springfield Armory 1911 10mm long slide, the very same 10mm that now resided at the small of her back. Copper and salt. She smells the blood. On the walls, the floor, or simply hanging in the air, her nose is filled with it as she is rolled down a narrow corridor. Fluorescent lights above, like arrows pointed toward... where? Slipping in and out of another dream world. A dense forest of pines, icy, snowbound. She is running. Above her, a conspiracy of ravens follow. Yellow eyes fixed on her as she runs. With a whoosh, the shaft of an arrow passes by the side of her head. So close, she ducks away, falls, regains her feet, keeps running. Running into the snare. She awoke with a scream in her throat, a scream in her room. The mobile phone given to her by Butler was lit up. Its ring was like a prison klaxon. Bleary-eyed, she rolled out of bed and answered it. Evan. She needed a moment to shake free of the tide of dreams that had borne her away across the mysterious ocean of sleep, out of sight of all land. Here, Butler. Got your photos. The photos of the MI6 agents. Right. So, hold on. So one thing we now know for sure is the park is a secondary crime scene. Evan scrubbed the last of her dreams out of her eyes. The agents were all hung upside down, throats torn out, and bloodied somewhere else. Any idea where the primary is? Evan picked the plastic evidence bag with the red brick dust she had found in the shallow cave up off the night table. Not yet. Are you any closer to the killer or killers? On the way to Obersalzberg. Decided to take in the alpine air in the middle of it all, have we? Right, she laughed. Butler was just attempting to lighten the mood. The jet is refueled and waiting for you at Shoto Rustavelli. Is that where you are now? She stood by the window, staring out at a child's bicycle lying on the grass of the inn's front yard, by the side of the road. It looked mournful and forlorn, the visual equivalent of a far-off train's hoot in the night. Not yet. Why not? Something I need to do before we leave. Do you know anything about the person you're chasing in Germany? He asked. Butler knew better than to query her on the subject of where she was and why. A mobile number, and his name. Cuervos, if you can credit it. Ravens. Right. Curiouser and curiouser, Butler observed. And Lemus? He's started making noises about wanting me to go with him to Moscow to find his long-lost sister. Don't. I wouldn't worry about that. Butler had had no reaction to Lemus wanting to go to Moscow, having a sister. Evan knew she was about to find out why. I mean it. that certain steel she knew well had entered Butler's voice. "Not only is Peter Lemus on the Nemesis kill list, but we just found out he's an SVR agent. We have a visual confirming it." She should have felt something. Anything. But betrayal was a way of life. Does that make me less than human? She wondered. Or more? Ben. If he's a Russian spy, then why is he on the Nemesis list? "I'm counting on you to get me the answer to that," Butler said. By the gray dawn's light, Evan saw a boy of about 10 emerge from the inn's front door, pick up the bike, and pedal away, a khaki knapsack on his back. Evan said, "A visual?" "I've just sent it to you. A photo of Lemus talking with Anton Rasidovich Gorgonov. From the looks of them, they might be the best of friends." Evan took the phone away from her ear, thumbed open the photo, zoomed in on the two faces. Butler was right. Chatting like pals. "It's been vetted by forensics and verified," Butler said as if reading her mind. "It's them definitely together all right." "Quite a puzzle," Evan said. "How so?" "Lemus is claiming to be Lyudmila Shokova's nephew. He says that Lyudmila spirited him out of Russia after his parents were killed, set him up with an adopted family in England." "The Lemuses?" "None other." "That can be easily verified." "Not so easily, the way Lyudmila deep dove her legends." "Yes, I remember quite vividly," Butler admitted. "He also told me that Lyudmila spent a great deal of time and energy shielding him and his sister from the FSB and GRU records department." "Okay, then, which is he? Lyudmila Shokova's nephew or a long-game SVR operative?" "The question of the hour." "And what if he's both?" Traffic was sparse on the road beside the inn. At this early hour, it was mostly just milk vans and vegetable wagons heading to Tbilisi from countryside farms and markets. The treetops on the far side of the road stirred in the last of the early morning haze. Evan recalled the conundrum she had related to Peter of the tall native and the short native, one who told only the truth, the other who invariably lied. How to tell which was which? Evan had very few vulnerabilities. Up until this moment, she had never considered that Lyudmila could become a liability. But in her world of shadows and betrayals, any form of friendship could be exploited by a clever and resourceful enough enemy. Is that what had happened here? Had Gorgonov given Lemus, the mother of all legends, an entirely credible background that led Evan to back her friend? If so, it was a diabolical plan. But toward what end? "Evan?" She cleared her head of speculation. "I suppose I'd better find out what the hell his mission is," she said. "I also want to know what, if anything, he knows about Roger Hollis's involvement in Nemesis." Butler hesitated a moment. "I know this must be difficult for you. The specter of Lyudmila coming back in such an insidious manner." Evan did not want to comment on this, so once again gripping the small wooden carving in her pocket, an amulet, a way home, she changed the subject. "How's Brenda?" she asked. Butler knew her so well that he did not query her abrupt change of subject. "She's... like you, she's recovered far more quickly than I'd imagined." Evan, hearing the slightest hesitation in his response, said, "I suggest that you give me all of it." "Yes, I suppose so." Butler sighed. "I had her follow Beacom to see if he would lead us to his control or someone up the Nemesis food chain." He told her about Charles Isaacs. "He says he works for Interpol. He got on to Nemesis through the anti-Semitic angle." "That tracks," Evan said. "Tell Brenda I want to speak with this Charles Isaacs as soon as—" "Right," Butler replied. "In the meantime, I've got actionable intel. Through intercepts, it's becoming clear that there's a fatal feud going on between the SVR and the GRU. The latest intel is that Gorgonov and General Boyko are at each other's throats over what we don't know, but it seems possible that Lemus is the key. He's Gorgonov's agent, and he's on the Nemesis kill list. Better he's with me than anywhere else. Agreed. Anything more? No. Oh, yes, there is one more bit of news. We may have ID'd the woman who drove the car bomb into the St. Agnes parking lot. We think her real name is Marina Medvedeva. Marina Medvedeva? Evan felt all the air rush out of her. I knew she was Russian. And from my violent encounter with her, certainly Russian-trained. Could the Russians be bankrolling Nemesis? Huh, if that's true, the prime driver would be General Boyko. With its Trollbot presence and its active agents on the ground, it seems logical the GRU would be behind them. Yes, consider the rapid rise of neo-Nazis in America, Evans said. Think of the destabilizing effect they're having on the country. Butler thought of his own online antagonists. Along with the false flag of fake news, they're doing a good job of helping to polarize the country. What if all of it is GRU's doing? She whistled through her teeth. Send me a coroner's photo of the Medvedeva woman. Why? What is it, Evan? Outside it was brighter now, the air clearing. As she glanced down, Peter Lemus appeared, looked up at the sky, and breath steaming, stretched. Then he turned and, briskly rubbing his hands together, went back inside. Evan moved back, sat down on the rumpled bed. Her head was spinning. Peter Lemus said he lost track of his sister, she said. It's a long shot, but maybe he can ID the photo. 30. Having missed Christmas with Zoe because his hellacious work schedule had required him to rush from crisis to crisis, trying to put out the fires that seemed to pop up like a game of whack-a-mole, Butler determined to spend the evening with his daughter, as any father worth his salt would. They went shopping together. While Zoe had a ball picking out presents for herself, she was also adamant about buying him presents with the money she had apparently saved from the weekly allowance Butler gave her, and for doing chores around the house for which Butler also paid her. As they went from department to department in Neiman Marcus, happy the store was open late during the Christmas holiday season, Butler could not help but be bowled over by the manner in which Zoe chose and paid for the presents for him. Most adults he knew wouldn't have expended as much thought as Zoe did on what the recipient of those presents would like. She chose a gift pack of Fruition chocolate bars, her father's favorite, the shaving cream he preferred, and a comfy, cozy-looking plaid flannel shirt on sale that Butler had admired, but had not bought for himself, intent as he was on shopping for his daughter. He was careful not to amass a boatload of presents in order to compensate for him missing Christmas. That was not his modus operandi, and anyway, guilt was not an emotion he normally entertained, especially when it came to Zoe. That was not a trait he wished to pass on. The pair started promptly at 6 o'clock, and now it was almost 9, and both were in need of sustenance and then home to bed.
I didn't know shopping could make me so happy and so tired, Dad,
Zoe said. Butler took her hand as they walked out of Neiman Marcus and through the Mazza Gallery, past the huge festive Christmas tree that no one wanted to call a Christmas tree anymore. Butler laughed. This won't be the last time you feel that, sweetness. Their free hands were loaded down with packages, gaily gift-wrapped in the bright red and green colors of the season. Even though both knew what was in each package, Zoe had insisted on having them wrapped, saying,
"They wouldn't be presents otherwise, would they, Dad?"
And Butler had agreed that they most certainly wouldn't.
"I wish it was snowing,"
Zoe said, her pink cheeks upturned to her father's face when they emerged onto windswept, nighttime Wisconsin Avenue Northwest, tinsel and glitter all around them. "O Come All Ye Faithful" flowed from pairs of outdoor speakers.
"Wouldn't it be great if it snowed now?"
"I think that would be wonderful," Butler admitted. They'd crossed the crowded sidewalk at the front of the mall. "But so far the evening's been pretty wonderful without the snow, don't you think?"
"I think it's been perfect, Dad," Zoe cried. "I love being with you."
Butler bent, hugged his daughter tight, with the result that all their packages scattered onto the pavement. They both laughed as they helped Mitchell, Butler's driver/bodyguard, pick them up. He saw Zoe into the back seat of the car, then helped Mitchell pack all the boxes and bags into the trunk. As Mitchell slammed the door down, Butler caught a glimpse over his shoulder of a black four-door Ford sedan nosing out of the traffic flow and double parking 3 cars behind them. Nothing happened for a moment. Then the curbside rear door began to open. "The Cheesecake Factory," Butler said, Zoe's favorite, as he ducked into the car. A moment later, Mitchell pulled them out into the thick traffic, slowed to a crawl. Turning in his seat, Butler peered out the rear window. Through the glare of street lights and the beam of headlights, he could just make out the Ford pulling away from the curb and following them. "Dad?" Zoe said, reactive as ever to her father's change in mood. "What's the matter?" "Nothing, darling." He turned back around, took his daughter's hand in his. "I thought I saw someone I knew, that's all." It was only a short drive up Wisconsin to the restaurant, but he was tense the entire way. In truth, Thompson's threats had unnerved him, even after Isabel had assured him that she had the defense secretary under control. It wasn't that he doubted Isabel. He never had before, and he sure as hell wasn't going to start.
This audiobook is free for you to enjoy. If you'd like to support me, please take just 1 minute to listen to this relaxing music. Thank you so much.
Now, no, it was the fact that Thompson's aggressive action had obliged him to go to Isabel in the first place. He hadn't wanted to do it, had hated being forced to do it, and now felt weakened by it. He had let Thompson get to him, a pig like that. He was filled with self-disgust. The evening had begun so well. He was so happy to be with Zoe, so pleased to see the joy bursting from her, and now this. The black follow-on Ford had sullied his time with Zoe, made him feel as if his good feelings were just an illusion, like hearth and home. In his world, there was no place for good feelings. This bedrock truth was something he and Evan shared, deep down, in the marrow of their bones. On the seat beside him, Zoe was humming a familiar melody, and then she broke out the song in her high, clear soprano, the Christmas carol. "Good King Wenceslas looked out on the feast of Stephen," and then Butler joined her for the next line. "When the snow lay round about, deep and crisp and even." When Mitchell stopped in front of the Cheesecake Factory, as Zoe was singing, "Brightly shone the moon that night, though the frost was cruel," Butler saw the black Ford slow and come stop near them. Perhaps for this reason, he now recalled that Wenceslas, king of 10th century Bohemia, had been assassinated by his brother. "Sweetie," he said when Zoe had slid out of the car after him, "how would you like to go inside with Mitchell?" Those big blue eyes searched his face.
Okay, but you're coming too, aren't you?
"What a question, of course I am." He smiled down at his daughter. "It's just that I have to take care of a little business, and anyway, I bet it's super busy inside, and you know Mitchell is good at getting a table right away."
Cool,
Zoe laughed and nodded.
but promise you won't be long.
Leaning over, Butler kissed the top of his daughter's head. "I promise, sweetness." Zoe held out her hand, and Mitchell took it, at the same time giving his boss a meaningful look which said, "If you need me." Butler shook his head. As soon as Mitchell and Zoe had disappeared into the restaurant, Butler turned to face the black Ford, its hood reflecting light from the store windows. The rear door swung open, A slim young woman with ice blonde hair in a tan business suit stepped out and stared directly at Butler. She strode toward him on thick, sensible heels. Butler tensed, feeling for the haft of the switchblade he wore in a sheath at the small of his back. He had pulled it halfway out when the woman in the tan suit stopped in front of him, smiled, and said, "You are Benjamin Butler, correct?" The blade was 3/4 drawn. "Correct." When the woman reached inside her suit jacket, Butler drew his knife out fully and kept it hidden against the palm of his hand. However, it wasn't a weapon of her own that the woman now had in her hands, merely a sheet of thick paper, neatly folded in thirds. She held it out, and when Butler took it, she said, "You've been served," with the nicest smile Butler had ever seen. He did nothing apart from watching the young woman walk back to the black Ford. The moment she was inside, the Ford drove slowly away. He could see now that it had a federal license plate. He looked down at the folded sheet of paper as if surprised he had hold of it. Then, as carefully as if it were a bomb, he opened it. He had to read through it 3 times before the reality set in. He was summoned to appear on January 3rd before a Senate Intelligence Committee chaired by the Secretary of Defense's good friend, Senator Willis. Brady Thompson had made good on his threat. "Yes, they're both dead," Brenda said into her mobile on the way to Anacostia. "The bomb maker, Voron, and Charles Isaacs." She listened to Butler's thin voice, too busy being exhausted to be made tense by the obvious strain in her boss's tone. No idea what either of their real names are." More chatter. "Of course I checked everything. They were both professionals. They carried no hint of their true identities." Still more chatter. "No, I don't require the concussion protocol. I'm fine." The throbbing in her skull was quickly turning into the mother of all headaches. She'd have to find a pharmacy before she drove to the pawn shop. "Well, it doesn't matter that you don't believe me. I'm here in the field and you're at the Cheesecake Factory with Zoe." Silence on the other end of the line. "Sorry." Brenda licked her chapped lips. "I'm a little overwhelmed by events." She took a breath to gather herself, right her ship's course. "Maybe your forensics team can ID the corpses from fingerprints. Who knows? Interpol may very well have them, or at least one of them, on file. Listen, I've got to go. I need to follow up a lead before it gets cold," she said, eager to get off the call. "I'll check in with you when I know more." It was only later, after she had bought a bottle of ibuprofen, taken 3 with a half bottle of Fiji water, and was sitting behind the wheel with her eyes closed, replaying the conversation, that she realized something was wrong at home. For home read Butler, for that was what Benjamin Butler had provided for her, a home more secure than any she had ever had before. For a moment or two she wavered in her brief, wondered if perhaps she should return to Butler, find out what was wrong and try to help, but almost immediately she realized it was nothing more than an ego-driven idea. Butler was perfectly capable of taking care of himself. And so she got out of the car and walked a block and a half in the dark and cold to the plate glass front of Willie's Swap-N' Shop. The pawn shop, the only place on the block open at this hour, was sandwiched between a bodega offering an all-day breakfast and a shoe store that, judging by the display behind its squeaky clean window, sold nothing but high-top kicks for $300 and up. A handwritten sign posted on Willie's front door said, "Open till midnight." A little bell made an unexpectedly homey sound as she went in the door. A greasy-looking man in his mid-50s with the shifty, marbleized eyes of a junkie looked up from behind one of the glass cases that ringed 3 sides of the shop. He was polishing a bronze trophy cup with a filthy rag, both of which he put aside as Brenda sauntered toward him. He pasted a smile on his face, an unfortunate reflex as it bared his nicotine-stained teeth. "What can I do for you?" he said in a surprisingly high voice. A little fat guy, his hands were square, the nails black with grime. He wore an oil-stained suede vest over a T-shirt emblazoned with a grinning skull on fire that ballooned out over his stomach. Great crescent sweat stains darkened the underarms. Unmentionable smells seemed to waft up from his stiff blue jeans. "Are you Willie?" Brenda asked, trying not to wrinkle her nose. "Depends." His eyes narrowed. "Who wants to know?" "This guy." Brenda whipped out the long slide from its place at the small of her back. "Mr. Springfield Armory is asking." So, yeah, I'm Willie." He seemed so nonchalant, Brenda was briefly worried that he was going to fall asleep on her. She laid the long slide on the countertop with the muzzle facing Willie. "You wanna hawk that hunk of burnin' love?" Willie asked. "I can maybe swing you a good deal." Without taking her eyes off him, she took out the folded receipt she had found in the root cellar, spread it out on the glass facing away from her. Willie glanced down at it, then back up to her. "Yeah, so fucking what?" "So fucking this," Brenda said, showing him her federal ID. "Ah, shit, fucking corruption." Willie passed a hand across his forehead, leaving horizontal streaks of greasy dirt like war paint. "Right. Selling guns without a license is a major no-no, Willie." "I'll tell you right now, I ain't selling anything illegal." Brenda tapped the long slide. "You were going to make me an offer for Mr. Armory here." "Hey, I was just being friendly." "And you didn't ask if I had a license for it." "I was getting around to that," he said sullenly. "Like hell you were." Brenda reached across the counter, grabbed him by his vest, and, trying not to breathe in the noxious fumes, jerked him toward her. "Enough with the bullshit, Willie. What can you tell me about the woman who bought this gun?" "Now, this isn't my chosen field of expertise, you understand. My partner—" Brenda jerked him against the edge of the counter. "You've just about worn out my patience, Willie." Okay, a woman came in a couple days ago, small, dark. Looked like she could take care of herself, though. To tell you the truth, I didn't like the look of her." "Why not?" Willie licked his lips, made a little animal sound in the back of his throat. "She didn't look like no civilian, that's why." "A professional, is that what you're saying?" "Rightly so." "Then what?" "She asked for the long slide in particular, like she knew we had one, which we often don't." "You got a name for her?" "What am I, the National Register?" Willie cleared his throat, which did nothing for the thickened air Brenda was breathing in. "I can tell you she wasn't buying, though, trading more like it. A pawn, temporary-like. She said she'd bring it back in a couple days. I said, better not be the worse for wear." "How did she react?" Willie gave an uncomfortable laugh, like he'd just passed wind. "She like as pinned me to the wall with her eyes." "What did she have to trade?" "Dunno. I didn't want any part of her, so I passed her on to my partner." "And who would that be, Willie? I mean, your shop doesn't say Willie and partner, does it?" "It wouldn't. He's silent, you see, my partner." Willie's beady eyes seemed about to work their way out of their sockets. "Works the other side of the street, so to speak." "The non-civilian side," Brenda said. "Rightly so." "And where might I find this partner of yours?" Willie jerked his head so violently his vertebrae made a cracking sound. "He's in back." "Does this partner have a name?" "Dave." Brenda sighed. "Dave what?" "Gilly. Dave Gilly." Brenda gathered up the long slide, pointed it at Willie. "Let's you and me take a walk on the wild side." Willie blinked. "Say what?" "I want to talk to Dave Gilly," she said. "I want to see what the woman gave him on loan for this weapon because for some reason it's not written on the receipt." She came around the end of the counter. "Take me to him." She shoved him forward, down a narrow, evil-smelling corridor that led to a back room. If she had been thinking clearly, she would not have followed him down the corridor. If she hadn't been critically overextended, she would have ordered Willie to call his partner out into the showroom. If her brain wasn't still reeling from the multiple shocks of the explosion, Charles's death, and having to kill Voron to keep herself alive, she wouldn't be entering the back room just behind Willie. As it was, she narrowly avoided death only by dint of her reflexes. A movement in the corner of her eye caused her to turn slightly to her left. As a result, the blow meant to split her skull instead struck her on the right side of her head and skidded off. The impact was hard enough to knock her off her pins, however. She slumped to the floor, the gun skittering out of her grip across the filthy floor and into Willie's waiting hands. Her hearing and eyesight flickered on and off, as did a massive pain that was growing into a mountain of agony threatening to crush her. She tried to rise, but her limbs were dead weights. She heard, but didn't see someone say, "Get the rope," and sometime later, "Truss her like a hog." And finally, just before oblivion took her, "We're going to have us a nice old-fashioned weenie roast." 31. Peter Lemus was already having breakfast in the inn's small, sun-splashed dining room when Evan came in through the front door. She sat down opposite Lemus and ordered eggs, sausage, and 2 slices of George's thick, dense black bread. While she waited for her food, she stared out the window and sipped her mug of coffee. "Out for a morning constitutional," Lemus said, with an unsuccessful attempt at a grin. "Just checking the grounds," Evan said. "I'm looking for someone." "Out here? In the back of Beyond? Who?" "The sniper who shot at us at the restaurant yesterday. He's unaccounted for." Lemus stiffened, craning his neck to peer out the window. "Do you really think he'll try again?" "I killed the rest of his team," Evan replied. "I certainly would." Evan's breakfast arrived and she dug in. The eggs and sausage were a whole lot better than the greasy dinner. She felt as if she hadn't had a decent meal since she left the States. Meanwhile, Lemus had moved himself out of line with the window, preferring a solid wall rather than a pane of glass between him and whoever might be stalking them outside. He seemed to have lost a bit of color from his face. "It's a good thing you didn't tell me this last night. I never would have been able to fall asleep." He squirmed a little in his chair. "As it is, I can't stop thinking about those photos you showed me. How those agents were killed. MI6s, and 2 of them were Brenda's colleagues." Now real alarm showed on Lemus's face. "Is she in danger?" "I don't think so. She isn't on the list, Peter." Evan tore a piece of black bread in half and began mopping up a broken yolk as she glanced up at Lemus. She took a bite of the yolk-soaked bread, chewed, swallowed, then added, "But you are." "What? Me?" Whatever was left of Lemus's color drained away. He put both hands to his head. His eyes went out of focus. "Bloody hell!" Then he refocused on Evan. "Why me?" Evan speared the last bit of sausage, popped it in her mouth, and chewed meditatively, drawing out the moment, letting Lemus twist in the wind. Finally, wiping her lips, she said, "I should think that was obvious, Peter." "Maybe to you, but—" "Your aunt had many enemies inside Russia. They have never forgiven her for what they see as her betrayal of the motherland." Evan poured herself more coffee from the pewter carafe. "The time has come to face facts, Peter." "Someone knows I'm Lyudmila's nephew." Evan drank her coffee, eyes never wavering from Lemus's face. She said nothing. Lemus sat back, arms crossed defensively across his chest as if to protect himself against imminent attack. "But who?" Evan put down her mug very carefully. "Now would be the time to tell me what you really know about Nemesis." "What?" "But I've told you. I don't know anything about it. I mean, until you just told me, I had no idea I was on... what do you call it?" "A kill list." Lemus shuddered. "Right." His eyes looked left, right, as if searching for an answer in the interior of the inn. But all the other names on the list. Brenda's colleagues, he gestured. And the British MI6 agents we found. I mean, they're all spies. Evan continued to silently sip her coffee. I mean, Lemus's expression had gone a bit wild. Bloody hell, why don't you say something? What would you have me say? Something. Anything. All right. Evan pushed her chair away from the table, stood up. At this moment, you hold all the cards. She turned and walked out of the dining room, through the front hall. A moment later, Lemus heard the front door open and close. What does that mean, I hold all the cards? Lemus, hurrying after Evan, caught up to her in the courtyard adjacent to the small gravelled car park. What the hell does that mean? Why ask me? Evan said, turning to face him, when you can ask your pal Anton. Lemus's eyes opened wide. Who? He was already back on his heels. Anton Rasitovich Gorgonov. I don't know who that is, Lemus said, shaking his head. Evan, watching him like a hawk will an adder, said, I'll show you then. Producing her mobile, she brought up the photo of Lemus, getting cozy with Gorgonov, and presented it to Lemus. They appeared to be doing what any good friends would be doing. Despite the temperature, sweat broke out on Lemus's forehead and upper lip. Where did you get that? I'll ask the questions, Peter. Tucking away the phone, Evan closed with Lemus. What's the matter with you? It's obviously been photoshopped. It's a fake. As it happens, it's not, Evan said. The photo has been verified. But I'm Lyudmila's nephew. I'm your friend. No, Lyudmila was my friend. You're Gorgonov's friend. What you were meant to be to me must now be determined. Evan took him by the elbow, waited for a gap in the traffic, and frog-marched him across the road and into the woods on the other side. They entered the cathedral of trees and pine needles, with cones crunching underfoot. Evan took them deeper and deeper, the chill seeping through their sweaters and trousers and into their muscles, stiffening them. She led them into and across a small, roughly semicircular clearing, the back of which was an almost solid wall of trees. Evan positioned herself within the clearing and pushed Lemus back against a rough-barked pine tree. You're blown, Peter. Any way you slice it or dice it, the plan you and Gorgonov had for getting close to me is fucked. Over. Fini. Evan gestured with her hand. You might as well call him and tell him as much. A curious expression crossed Lemus's lips, as mysterious as that of the Mona Lisa. It seemed as if he was almost relieved that the ruse was over. Huh! You've boxed me, he said in an altogether different tone of voice. Evan became aware of his lovely British upper-class accent. If I say yes, you'll grill me, and whether I end up telling you the whole truth or not, you'll kill me. I've witnessed how easily you kill another human without a bit of compunction or remorse. He took a breath. And if I say no, you won't believe me because I've lied to you. That's about the size of it. I'm in a no-win situation, I reckon, Lemus said. What would you do? I wouldn't get myself into a no-win situation. What if you're in one now? Lemus said with so much conviction it didn't seem to be a question. This seems to be the real-life equivalent of the riddle of the two tribesmen you told me. The difference is that had a peaceable solution, Evan said. With you, there's no such thing. Obsessive thinking, Lemus said, often leads to taking the wrong fork in the road. What was most curious to Evan was that, now that his real identity had been blown, Peter showed neither concern nor regret. Why are you pretending to be Lyudmila's nephew? To befriend me, that's certain, but then what? What is it Gorgonov enlisted you to get out of me? Lemus leaned his back against the pine. The early morning birds twittered in the maze of branches above his head.
If I'm a betting man, Lemus said, I'd wager you know what a palimpsest is.
I do, Evan said. It's from the Greek meaning rubbed again.
Just so,
Lemus nodded.
A palimpsest is a page on which the original text has been rubbed away and overlaid with a new one. However, since the rubbing out can be, and often is, incomplete, a close study of the page can reveal the original text, hidden by time and circumstance.
Evan watched Lemus with a quizzical expression, wondering where this was leading. Then again, it might simply be a diversion. In her experience, people under extreme duress or in fear of their lives will go off on tangents, if only to delay the inevitable.
And?
Lemus spread his hands.
And I am a living, breathing palimpsest.
Explain yourself. Lemus held out his hand.
May I see the raven pendant you've been dangling around? Why? I may actually know something about Nemesis after all.
Evan dug out the pendant, showing it to him.
I've been thinking, Lemus said, peering at the two corvids. The raven is a powerful symbol in ancient Germanic myth. Wotan, or Odin, the god-king of Regenheim, had a pair of raven familiars named Memory and Thought. These ravens would daily bring the great god news from the 9 realms.
Evan nodded.
Yes, and the upper echelons of the Third Reich, especially Hitler himself,
put great store in the myths and magic of the ancient Germanic tribes. So that's likely where Nemesis got the name the First Tribe.
But why use 2 separate names?
Evan, registering the silence that comes with a cessation of morning birdsong, put a forefinger across her lips. Lemus's eyes narrowed.
Don't move, Evan mouthed.
Long seconds ticked by. Lemus mouthed, What?
Patience, Evan answered him silently.
All at once there was a sharp snap and then a great whooshing as of a strong wind getting up between the trees, but the treetops above them remained unmoving.
Now, Evan said, heading out of the clearing into the deeper woods, Lemus hot on her heels.
300 yards away they came upon a snare, triggered and hanging 5 feet above the forest floor. In it was a struggling red deer buck. As they watched, a bolt from a hunting bow struck the buck in the neck. The buck's eyes rolled in its sockets, the black lips pulled back, revealing its square, ruminant teeth. The mouth gnashing and snapping in the agony of its death throes. If it could scream, it would have. 32.
God damn it, stay here. Evan took off through the trees. Lemus was having none of it. He followed Evan's curious zigzag path as best he could, failing ultimately because the route Evan took was so unpredictable, all Lemus could do was stumble blindly after her. Ahead of her, Evan saw the sniper, who in the quiet countryside had traded his long gun for a Russian interloper's Styx, a powerful hunting crossbow. The hunter, caught unawares by Evan's erratic, headlong sprint toward him, fired even as he was driven backward in order to keep an optimal distance between him and his quarry. As a result, the bolt passed through Evan's parka, missing her side by inches. The stalker was still backing up when another small but distinct snap sounded, and he was taken off his feet as the second snare, which Evan had driven him into, caught him. The crossbow, stuck in the webbing, was now useless, and coming up to him, Evan wrenched it out of his hand, pulled it free of the webbing. She was glaring at the stalker through the prison the trapped man was futilely trying to tear apart as Lemus came up beside her. Lemus fairly goggled. How? He shook his head. How did you set this up? There's a third snare back another 300 yards, Evan said without taking her eyes off the sniper. To answer your question, after some judicious scouting, I borrowed what I needed from our proprietor's hunting gear in the shed I peeked into during last night's stroll. You're right. There was a note of awe in Lemus's voice. He did come after us.
I gave him only one angle to shoot me, Evan said, cutting through the netting, where he'd have the best line of sight. The sniper, forced onto his haunches, growled at Evan, and as he was hauled out, bared his teeth, yellowed and fanged. Lemus, shocked, lurched backward as the stalker wielded a wicked hunting knife, stabbing it forward. Evan, stepping into his attack, caught his wrist and, with a violent twist, broke it. Lemus watched as Evan smashed her fist into the sniper's mouth. A set of fanged prosthetics popped out, and Evan crushed them under the heel of her boot. But then she lifted her knee into the sniper's nose, shattering it. The man went limp, his eyes turning upward. Bugger it! Under the increasing stress, Lemus was reverting to phrases from his British upbringing. For a moment there, I had this weird notion that he was a real werewolf. Pointing out the sniper's shaven, tattooed head, Evan said, "Not enough hair." Lemus snorted in amusement. Her unconscious attempt at humor helped calm them both. "But in a sense, he is a werewolf," she added. "What do you mean?" "Think Werner Naumann, history buff." Lemus tapped his lower lip in thought. "Yes, Naumann was Goebbels' aide at the end of the war. It was his idea to create a Nazi werewolf unit that would attract the most skilled of the Nazi soldiers still alive, forming a fifth column, a lethal underground resistance against Allied occupation. But by that time, the Nazis had no more fight left in them, and according to historical records I've seen, the werewolf unit was never formed." "Well, it's been resurrected as the first tribe," Evan said. "Take a good look at the tattoo on the top of his head." It was the Third Reich's imperial eagle, wings stretched, talons grappling a globe containing a swastika. "I think the first tribe is Nemesis's name for its field personnel." The sniper's eyelids began to flutter, and Evan grabbed him by his shirt front, hauled him to his feet. She slapped his face twice to bring him around. "Who are you?" Evan said. "Who do you work for?" The sniper opened his eyes, brown as mud and grinning like a lunatic, spat in Evan's face. He wasn't even holding his broken wrist. It was as if he didn't feel the pain of it or his shattered nose. Out of the corner of her eye, Evan saw Lemus girding himself for action, and she determined this was the time to deploy her ace in the hole. Digging out her mobile, she thumbed through until she came to the photo of Marina Medvedeva that Butler had sent. The Nemesis agent who had slipped into the United States on a Canadian passport using the legend Anna Alta. Pulling Lemus closer, she said, "I want to show you something, Peter." She turned the phone so Lemus could see the photo. A close-up of Marina, eyes closed, face white, laid out on the coroner's table. "A dead woman? Why are you showing me a dead woman?" Keeping one eye on the bloodied sniper, Evan said, "We think her name is Marina Medvedeva." Her other eye was fixed on Lemus. Not even the slightest tremor of recognition. "Well, the last name is mine, but I have no idea who this woman is." "Peter, your sister's given name isn't Marina?" "No, it's Ilyena." Peter shook his head. "How did this woman die?" Evan watched him closely. "Nemesis trained her and sent her out to plant the car bomb that almost killed Brenda and me." That statement was true as far as it went. Subsequently, she was killed resisting arrest. There were times when the absence of truth and truth intersected, especially in the field where exigencies dictated snap decisions. "A martyr. Another fucking martyr who almost succeeded." "But she didn't, Peter. Brenda and I are alive and well." "Brenda!" At once, tears streamed from Lemus's eyes. At the same time, his limbs began to spasm. His legs became so weak he fell to his knees, but in the next second he was up, his face ruddy with rushing blood. Cords stuck out from the sides of his neck and his hands balled into fists. "Good luck, fucker," Evan told the sniper as she stepped back. Lemus launched himself at the werewolf, his fists beating a rough tattoo on the man's face, neck, and torso. When the man attempted to fight back, Lemus thrust his head forward. His mouth opened, snapped shut. The sniper screamed as Lemus came away with part of his left ear. Lemus took a step back, spat the bloody flesh onto the mat of fallen pine needles that made up the floor of the woods. When he went after the man again, Evan grabbed him around the waist, held him back. "That's enough, Peter. That's enough now." "It's not enough," Lemus snarled. "He's a monster. He and these fucking savages almost killed Brenda. It'll never be enough. Never fucking never." He turned his face to Evan, his lips and teeth blood red. "Let me at him. Please, I'm begging you." He struggled in Evan's grip. "I know you don't owe me anything, liar that I am, but you'll understand the truth soon enough. So let me—" Evan shook him a little, to return some sense to his traumatized mind. "Peter, if you beat him to death, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. It's not a small thing to kill another human being." "I don't care." "Not now, perhaps, but in the days to come you will." And then Evan let him go. The stalker had already affirmed that he wasn't going to give up anything, and Evan believed him. She had had more than her fair share of run-ins with fanatics. The main problem with them was that they weren't afraid to die. Worse, they felt that bearing pain, even excruciating pain, was the hero's way of keeping their group or cadre or sect or tribe safe and secure. They embraced martyrdom the moment they signed on. Amirin, the gun dealer, being the most recent example of how much they devalued life. But inevitably, as she watched Lemus return to pounding the stalker over and over in savage glee, she wondered who the monster was now. At length, Lemus's attack slowed and then ceased altogether. He crouched over the raw slab of meat, sated. As for the stalker, he had ceased to care or even breathe some time ago. 33. At this time of year, the Moskva River was filled with silver and gray ice. The water itself was sluggish, as murky as the Federation's politics. "It's colder than a nun's kiss down here," Villain Vladimirovich Aliev complained, shivering in his greatcoat. "One of the reasons it's one of the safest places in Moscow to meet," General Boyko said. Aliev grunted. "Nevertheless, Yuri, you know I dislike meeting in the open under the best of circumstances." The two men bundled up against the icy wind, skating along the riverbanks, elbows on an iron railing, stared out at the bleak scene. Without traffic, the river and environs looked like a painting by an artist on the verge of suicide. Aliev was a tall, slender, saturnine man with rounded shoulders and a nose that had been broken once too often. His dark eyes, deeply set in sockets too close together, peered out at the world with inveterate suspicion from beneath a heavy brow. When put together, these features made his gloomy face look like the subject of an El Greco portrait. "It was killing weather like this that did in Hitler's army," Aliev said. "I do believe the heroic communist forces played their part," Boyko retorted. Aliev was the district head of the RNU, the radical splinter group that had its own agenda separate from that of the sovereign. Over the past 19 or so months, the RNU had greatly increased its power, helped immeasurably by the deepening poverty and privations brought on by the sovereign's insistence on growing and modernizing the army for forays into Ukraine, Syria, and beyond. The two men had met 5 years ago, when the RNU was so inconsequential it hardly came up in Boyko's circles. Boyko and his family had been on vacation at a resort fronting the Black Sea. Out smoking cigars on the terrace late one night, Aliev had mentioned his admiration of the superb manner with which the Nazis had run Germany, and what a shame it was that they had been led down the garden path by a syphilitic madman. 6 weeks later, back in Moscow, Boyko had invited Aliev to dinner at an out-of-the-way restaurant he often favored when he didn't want to be seen or even noticed. Afterward, as they enjoyed one of the General's vintage brandies in the apartment Boyko kept for his assignations with his parade of mistresses, he had brought out his carefully curated Nazi memorabilia, as proudly as if they were his prized pupils. He'd never before shown his treasures to anyone else, but he trusted Aliev to both understand and appreciate the Third Reich as he did. And he hadn't been wrong. From these poisoned roots, a solid alliance had grown, slowly but surely bearing its poisoned fruit.
Our plan is progressing even better than I had anticipated,
Boyko said. His cheeks were pink and plush as a child's unicorn toy.
Our alliance with Nemesis has advanced our mission in bringing strength and hope for the future to America's neo-Nazis.
Breaking out a pair of cigars, he offered one to Aliev, bit off the end of his, lit them both with the large gunmetal lighter with a windshield. He took a couple of preliminary puffs to make sure the cigar was well lit, then continued. Our false Facebook and Twitter accounts have also helped create and incite the far-left radicals, Antifa, into domestic terrorist designation by the administration, the FBI, and Homeland Security. He shook his head.
It's astonishing to me how easily these American radical groups are led by feeding them news stories they want to hear, that further their own causes.
He laughed.
What a joke. It doesn't matter whether they're on the right or the left, Aliev asked, through a stream of aromatic blue smoke that was hijacked by the icy wind on the river. Not in the least, Boyko guffawed. When it comes to American radicals, their particular affiliations are irrelevant. They're all prone to falling into the traps our bots are spewing out. Here, let me show you my current favorite meme my people have come up with.
Drawing out his mobile, he thumbed through his photo files until he came to the one he sought. Bringing it up to fill the screen, he showed it to Aliev, a cartoon of a vaguely Jewish-looking figure with Antifa scrawled on his back. He was busy caulking a brick wall with swastikas. The meaning was direct and clear. It wasn't the neo-Nazis who were scrawling the symbol of the Third Reich around America's cities, but members of Antifa. Aliev nodded as he exhaled more smoke. Quite brilliant, Yuri. I'm impressed.
And at the same time, the antagonism building against us by the American press has been the biggest boon to your cadre.
True enough. Aliev nodded.
As we know, deprivation breeds discontent. Discontent curdles into resentment, which, under the right conditions, foments rebellion. This process is now being felt by the Russian people, and as a result, the RNU grows by leaps and bounds.
Boyko, saying nothing more, pulled on his cigar meditatively. Above them, the weakened sun lost its struggle to break through the clouds.
So,
Aliev said, after some time in the silence.
What can I do for you?
Boyko barked a laugh.
You know me too well, villain Vladimirovich.
Aliev grunted.
Well, enough, anyway. You're not wrong.
Boyko stared straight out at the chunks of ice slowly colliding with one another.
I've got a problem, he said. I assume since you've come to me, this problem isn't small. Well said.
Taking the cigar butt out of his mouth, he examined the ash end as if reading tea leaves.
I need something done and I can't be involved.
Aliev blew smoke out of his mouth, making puffs of humid mist.
So, you need a solution, Yuri. What kind? A final solution,
Boyko said without hesitation. 34. They brought the fresh-killed buck to the proprietor, partly as recompense for Evan taking 3 of his snares, partly because Evan didn't want to leave it hanging in midair. Though he looked askance at the bolt in the buck's neck, the proprietor seemed happy enough to declare lunch was on him, plus dinner and another night's stay if that suited them. Lunch did, but as for the rest, what they needed from him, and what he promised to provide, was a lift to Tbilisi Airport where Butler's jet awaited them. It was too dangerous to go back for the Lada, which already might have been spotted. The proprietor brought them a multi-course feast, and though they had had breakfast not so long ago, they found their hunger close to the surface. Lemus particularly ate like a bear just out of hibernation. In fact, everything about him echoed that aspect. He seemed a wholly different man than the one Evan had led, half-willingly, into the dense woods across the road. It bothered Evan that she felt nothing for the dead sniper. But it bothered her more that Lemus didn't either. So, now I've seen how eagerly you kill another human, without a bit of compunction or remorse. Lemus lifted his head. I suppose I deserve that. About being a palimpsest, Evan prompted. Right. Lemus nodded. The truth and nothing but the truth. I was born into secrecy. I recall my mother only hazily and my father not at all. Unless you count the 2 or 3 photos Aunt Lyudmila showed me of her brother, but he was much younger then, before he was stationed in Parachgadyam, a place I never heard of and couldn't find on any map. Probably a secret SVR or GRU base, Evan said, though the name set off a bell tolling far back in the recesses of her mind. She frowned, for a moment distracted. Possibly an internal name only? Lemus nodded dismissively. I never knew much about my father's life, nor my grandfather's. I asked Aunt Lyudmila once, but she wouldn't say, and with Aunt Lyudmila, I had learned never to ask a question twice. That certainly jibed with the Lyudmila Shokova Evan knew. Anyway, Lemus went on, I didn't lie to you about Aunt Lyudmila. Every word I said about her bringing me to England, setting me up with the Lemus family. My going up to Cambridge was true. Actually, I was so advanced in my studies that I was accepted at King's College 2 years early. As you can imagine, I received a good deal of ribbing for being so young. Until I showed off my rowing and fencing. He took a ragged breath, and his face seemed to change, become drawn and pale. But you left out the rest. Lemus nodded, but seemed reluctant to continue. A middle-aged woman, red-faced and overweight, toddled in and sat down at a small round table. She ordered tea and cream cakes, just as if they were in Devon. The proprietor didn't bat an eye, let alone say, "This isn't an English tea-house, madam." So in any event, what I had told you was the beginning of the palimpsest, the part of my life that became all but erased by what was written afterward. I feel Anton Gorgonov lurking around the next bend in your road. Lemus let a wry smile curl his lips, but it was wiped away soon enough. I have no doubt that you're well acquainted with Cambridge's reputation as a hotbed of recruitment of a specific sort. Better to call a spy, Peter. Lemus's head bobbed up and down. I suppose so, yes. Evan tensed, hearing the roar of motorcycles drawing up into the inn's car park. Lemus caught her look and fell silent. He followed Evan's gaze as 2 burly bikers stomped into the dining room in leather boots and heavy fur-collared jackets. They chose a table in the rear corner. Evan, Lemus said under his breath. Evan shook her head, silencing him. The proprietor bustled out of the kitchen, carrying a tray with the heavy woman's order. After he set her up, he went over to the bikers, greeted them jovially, slapped them both on their broad backs. He told them a joke, and they laughed uproariously, stamping their feet. They ordered and then became engrossed in low conversation. They seemed uninterested in anyone else in the dining room. Continue, Evan said. So you're right. Gorgonov was just around the corner. A very dark corner indeed. Like some of my colleagues, I was befriended by a dapper young man, thin as a pencil, ever so British in his pinstriped 3-piece suit, and a brolly so tightly rolled it seemed more of a walking stick. It was very expensive, that brolly, and later I discovered why. The bottom 2/3 served as a sheath for a very useful stiletto hidden inside. The proprietor brought out steins of ale, set them in front of the bikers. He told them another joke, at which they laughed even harder. Of course, this dapper Brit wasn't from the Foreign Office, as MI6 is often euphemistically called among the everything difficult or secret must be a euphemism. He was an outrider for the KGB, as the SVR was called then. A recruiter on foreign shores. In a fecund garden, a tough weeder, a delicate picker of the most fragrant flowers. His instincts were impeccable. Lemus laughed without a trace of humor. Apart from me, of course. Meaning you weren't recruited? Oh, yes, I was, indeed. Lemus's eyes had turned as hard as marbles. But my one condition was that Gorgonov be my control. Evan frowned. How did you know about Gorgonov at that stage? Aunt Lyudmila had told me all about him. In fact, she had showed me Gorgonov's dossier. He was a junior apparatchik in the KGB at the time, but he was talented and, more important, immensely ambitious. And even more important than that, he was connected to powerful people, which in Russia, as you know, is everything. Why did she make you aware of Gorgonov? Evan asked, although her grand chess master mind, racing ahead along with that of her friend Lyudmila, had already worked out the astonishing answer. Still, she wanted to hear it from Lemus. She had already marked Gorgonov as a future problem. A major problem, she told me. So, you signing on as Gorgonov's asset was the price for stashing you away in England with a wealthy family that could give you the best of everything. The best education, anyway. That's what Aunt Lyudmila wanted for me. She knew how smart I was, what I could become given the right circumstances. She wanted to harness your intellect. Lemus nodded. If you think that for a minute I resent what she asked of me, you're wrong. I owe my entire life to Aunt Lyudmila. I'd do anything for her. Heaping platters of sausages and cabbage were set before the bikers, who dug in with astounding gusto, like pigs at a trough. Evan could swear she heard one of them grunt. She returned her attention to Lemus. Anything? She repeated. Even put your life at risk? Being a double agent, working for Gorgonov, and reporting back to her? That was my choice. I told her I would. But now that Lyudmila is gone, who do you report to? What's Lyudmila's backup plan? Knowing Lyudmila, she must have had one. There's the third level of the palimpsest, Lemus said. It's why she told me to seek you out, if things got tough for her. And they did. Perhaps the toughest. So what? I'm to be your control? You are Aunt Lyudmila's backup plan. She trusted you more than anyone else, Evan. Evan looked away, first out the window, then obliquely at the bikers, who were both on their second round of ales. There's one last thing. Lemus hunched forward. I suppose I should have mentioned this sooner, but with you seeming to not believe a word I'd said, I was afraid. Lemus had her full attention again. What is it? When you showed me the red brick powder you'd found in the shallow cave with the bodies, it rang a bell, but really I didn't put it together until I got a good long look at the pendant. Those two ravens, and then it hit me. Aunt Lyudmila told me about a place she'd been to with you. She told me not to use it as a way to prove I really am her nephew, because she was uncertain whether you'd remember it. Lemus spread his hands on the table. She told me that you and she were in this place. A castle of red brick, Victorian-looking turrets and towers, and, yes, a pair of trained ravens that hung around the slate rooftop. Aunt Lyudmila went and got you out of there. It was very dangerous. She almost lost her life. You remember the deep scar in the muscle of her left shoulder? I do. That came from the rescue mission. You were in very bad shape when she extracted you. 6 weeks in a private hospital outside Moscow, convalescing. She went to see you every day. Evan felt the contents of her stomach try to rise up into her throat. She dropped her head into her hands and squeezed her eyes shut. Here was what Pat Wilson had known. Here was the gap in her memory. Here was the missing splinter of times she had never been able to access. She forced herself to breathe, to open her eyes and look up at Lemus. Yes. She was right to worry that I wouldn't remember. I didn't until just recently, but now I am beginning to remember that building. The Ravens, Evan said. Small flashes of the interior, but nothing else. I think that's where 5 of the 6 agents on that list were tortured, and 4 killed. The 5th subsequently died before he could tell me where this place was. Did Lyudmila tell you? Yes and no, Lemus said. Stop playing this game, Peter. It wasn't amusing to begin with, and now it's going to get you killed. If not by me, right here, right now, then by your pal Anton when he eventually finds out you're a double. Golganov is not my friend. I've only your word for that, Evan said shortly. And so far that hasn't meant much of anything. Lemus licked his lips. I'm not trying to obfuscate, honestly. But really, well, what Aunt Lyudmila said was that she'd already told me where you'd been taken. Meaning? That's just it, Lemus whispered. I don't know what she meant. He hung his head. I didn't want to look like a fool in front of you. Too late. Evan rose. Come on, it's time to go. Do you believe me? Lemus rubbed his hands over his thighs as if trying to wash away all his lies. You do believe me, right? Evan, staring out at the passing countryside, said nothing. As promised, the proprietor, whose name was Georgi, was driving them to Tbilisi Airport. Evan and Peter were in the back seat of his monstrous GMC, which looked more like an armored Humvee than it did a truck, its forbidding grille like the portcullis of a medieval castle. A storm was approaching fast, heading right for them, and the wind had gotten up to the point where the gusts rocked even the heavy vehicle. Lemus turned toward Evan, who was sitting directly behind Georgi. Listen, these people we're up against, the First Tribe, they're right spinners, crazy as loons. And when Evan didn't reply, I know you're angry with me. Angry? No, Evan replied. It's simply that I can't trust you. Lemus made another try. You've saved my life more than once since we've been out here in the back of Beyond. I'm eternally grateful to you. I could never lie to you now, never. He spread his hands in a form of entreaty. Think what you want of me. I can't help that. I've said all I can say on the subject, but if there's any way I can prove myself... Lemus broke off as he followed the direction of Evan's gaze. Directly ahead of them, a barrier of concrete blocks had been set across the road. In front of the barrier, the 2 bikers whom Georgi had served earlier stood, spread-legged, submachine guns at the ready. On either side of them were a half-dozen of their biker mates, all armed. As the truck approached, they aimed their submachine guns directly at the truck. What's going on? Lemus said. For instead of slowing down, Georgi stamped on the accelerator. The GMC leapt ahead, gaining speed by the second, cleaving through the high wind that was now bending the tips of the pines and shaking the branches. We're heading straight for the barrier, Lemus cried. A moment later, the bikers opened fire. 35. The instant Evan realized that Georgi had depressed the accelerator, she lunged halfway over the seat back, stretching herself over the proprietor's shoulder and triggered the hood latch. The oncoming wind, combined with the GMC's speed, banged the hood up so that when the fusillade came from the biker's submachine guns, the bullets struck the heavy hood, instead of splitting open the windshield and peppering the interior. That protection wouldn't last long, Evan knew. Throwing her body completely over the seat back, she opened the driver's side door, fending off Georgi's awkward defense, and kicked the proprietor out of the truck's cab. His body was lifted into the air, then dropped to the ground somewhere on the road behind them. Now in control, Evan turned the wheel over hard to the right, so the truck was paralleling the barrier. The truck slewed, tires squealing. It was so close to the bikers that they broke ranks, running this way and that. Evan could only see this intermittently through the driver's side window and the holes and rips in the flying hood, canted over to the right, bouncing up and down. Half off and half on, like the broken wing of a wounded bird. When they were clear of the barrier, she steered the truck off the road, narrowly avoiding a drainage ditch and coming within a few inches of the pine forest. Thick lower boughs, laden with needles and frozen snow, scraped and battered the hood, and needles flew through the air like tiny darts. Evan drove a bit farther in, the right side of the truck scraping some trunks. Then, all at once, the hood was ripped off and she could see again. She skewed the truck hard to the left, now paralleling the road and passing the barrier. The submachine gun fire started up again, this time from behind them. Lemus, lying prone on the back seat, cringed as the back window shattered, and glittering bits of safety glass covered him like hail. The truck shuddered on its shocks as a fusillade of bullets struck the rear bumper, but because of the erratic path Evan was taking, none punctured the thick tires. Evan zigzagged wildly back onto the tarmac, the road ahead clear, and accelerated away toward Tbilisi, leaving both bullets and bikers behind. Part 3. Nemesis. 36. Arriving early at his office, Gorgonov had swept up the daily intercepts of the communiques between Nemesis and its patron, the GRU, specifically General Boyko. These intercepts chronicled the fake news from Nemesis that Boyko's vast and chimeric bot army would soon disseminate under the Nemesis aegis. On top was a sheaf of fake news items attacking Benjamin Butler. The smears against him, emphasizing his non-existent radical Zionist sympathies, were ludicrous on the surface until one considered how fractured America had become, how paranoid and, yes, prone to bouts of hysterical violence. Gorgonov read these intercepts with particular interest. His path had crossed Benjamin Butler's several times when Butler was working with Evan Ryder. He had been a fine operative, one he had admired. Not quite as much as Evan, but still, Butler had shown himself to be quick-witted and exceptionally agile in the field and in his wet work. After a hiatus of several years in Berlin, he had returned to Washington as the head of his own shop under the aegis of the American DoD. Name as unknown as its charter, except that Gorgonov suspected he was behind the rising number of his SVR moles inside the American federal government being blown, forcing him to eliminate them before they could be arrested or turned. His musings were interrupted by his adjutant, Christov, reminding him of his 10 a.m. appointment at the Kremlin. Gathering up the rest of the intercepts, Gorgonov rose, swung his leather greatcoat, and strode out of the office. He now traveled everywhere with a contingent of 6 bodyguards. Climbing into his armor-plated SUV, he settled into the back seat behind Max, the youngest and smartest of the 6. Snow was threatening almost from the moment they set out, and on the exceedingly slow drive over to the Kremlin, it began not with a fluttering of flakes, but rather a full-on driving curtain of white. Not that Gorgonov noticed. He was busy poring over the latest file from his people. These reports were particularly noxious and inflammatory, as they contained photos of American and British agents strung up by their ankles, their throats ripped out and drained of blood. "American and British soldiers koshered by the Jew butchers," screamed the headlines. The weather was foul, the streets treacherous with new snow atop the old snow turned to ice during the freezing night. Several blocks from the Kremlin, traffic came to a standstill. There was an accident up ahead, his driver informed him, and the street was clogged with rush-hour traffic. Gorgonov had a hard appointment with the Prime Minister regarding budgets, a vexing but necessary duty he had to perform twice a year. He ordered his driver to pull into the curb. He and the bodyguards would have to walk the final blocks to make his appointment. His contingent formed a sort of flying V, the better to cut through the milling throngs. This close to the Kremlin, the sidewalks were teeming with tourists, clicking photos of the monuments, their group, and selfies, always selfies of themselves with their mobile phones. At some point, Max stumbled into him, righted himself as he mumbled an apology. Seconds after that, he collapsed. 3 of the bodyguards immediately closed ranks around Gorgonov, hustling him back into his armored SUV where the driver waited anxiously, engine purring. He put the SUV into gear but froze when Gorgonov ordered him to wait. Gorgonov turned his head to peer out the rear window. The remaining 2 bodyguards had called for an SVR ambulance, which arrived with pleasing alacrity amid screeching brakes and scattering pedestrians. Max was dead. There was no use taking him to the hospital. So Gorgonov gave the order for the ambulance to go directly to the SVR morgue. "Follow them," Gorgonov told his driver. Sergei, the bodyguard beside him, in place of Max, turned to him. "Sir, if I may, your meeting is a hard appointment." "Reschedule for this afternoon," Gorgonov snapped. "Right now I want to know what happened to Max." He assumed Max had had either a heart attack or a stroke. Though he was a young man, these things often happened, coming from out of the blue. In any case, it wouldn't do to abandon one of his chosen. "Heart attack?" Gorgonov said hopefully as he and his bodyguards strode into the morgue and spread out. The windowless room was a chiaroscuro of blues, grays, and glaring whites. "It certainly seems that way," the coroner replied. He was smoking one of those vile Turkish cigarettes that to Gorgonov smelled like burning trash. All the way over, as his SUV raced along after the ambulance, a carousel of pitch-black thoughts had been running through his head. He joined the coroner, standing over Max's corpse, laid out on the autopsy slab. "Seems. I want a definite diagnosis." The coroner shrugged vaguely. He was a man of middle age with a body shaped like a question mark, as if he had been a miner or was a hunchback. His shock of white hair stood up in the center of his yellow-white skull, wispy as a newborn's locks. He had the look of someone who had seen so many dead bodies that they had ceased to have any meaning for him. "I would say heart attack, yes." "I don't see how that's possible without performing an autopsy," Gorgonov stated in a tone bristling with sharpened knives. The coroner's neck vertebrae cracked as he turned his head so sharply. "Autopsy? No one ordered an autopsy." "I'm ordering it, doctor." The coroner was so astonished he neglected to pluck a bit of tobacco off his lower lip. It hung there like a sign of last night's debauchery. "But, sir, it's your own organ which has given me standing orders that in cases like this one, an autopsy isn't necessary." "Listen, doctor, this was my man, a person charged with guarding my life." Gorgonov's eyes flashed a warning, if only the coroner had been paying attention. "Is it your opinion that I should forego the knowledge of how he died?" The coroner's arms flailed around, spreading a trail of ash onto the cold tile floor. "Well, there's probably nothing to find. Frankly, it would be a waste of time." Gorgonov hauled off and buried his fist in the coroner's solar plexus. As the coroner grunted, jackknifing over, Gorgonov said, "Is that frank enough for you, doctor?" The only reply that came was a piteous moan, and he grabbed a handful of the coroner's hair, hauled him up to face him. "When I give you an order, that order supersedes any other orders you may have received in the past, standing or otherwise." Snatching the Turkish cigarette from the coroner's fingers, he aimed the burning end at his victim's right eye, bringing it close enough to cause the coroner to whimper like a child. "Am I making myself clear?" The coroner licked his dry lips with the tip of a reptilian tongue. "Absolutely." His head bobbed up and down. "Good." He released the coroner. "Now get cracking. I want answers within the hour." As the coroner turned away, Gorgonov called him back, stuck the butt of the cigarette in between his lips.
Go forth and prosper, Doctor.
He stood with his hands on his hips, legs spread to shoulder width, watching the doctor with the intensity of an anatomy professor grading a student. At the 13-minute mark, he called for a coffee. At the 18-minute mark, he called for a sandwich, which, by the 30-minute mark, he had devoured completely. He was sucking on a mint to freshen his breath when the doctor called him over. It was precisely 46 minutes after the coroner had begun the autopsy.
All right, he said with a peculiar kind of weariness. Your friend here did indeed die of a heart attack, but...
He held up a forefinger clad in a bloody latex glove.
That would not be the official cause of death.
Gorgonov took a step closer, doing his best to ignore the stink rising from the human remains like a noxious cloud.
What are those 2 marks? They look like the bite from a vampire. Oh, they're much worse than that, I assure you. At least when a vampire bites you, you retain a semblance of life, eh?
He gave a little chuckle.
Not your man.
Turning Max's head toward them to better see the side of his neck, he pointed at the marks Gorgonov had noticed.
Sir, you may recall an incident 4 years ago. Our ambassador to Prague was strolling in Campo Park. It was a beautiful spring day, a Sunday, and he was crossing a canal via an old stone bridge to meet a contact when he was jostled by a woman on a bicycle. He moved to get out of her way and was stabbed twice in the side of the neck. It happened so quickly, and he was, of course, distracted that he didn't even feel the attack. Well, why would he? They used hatpins, the points of which were coated with a poison derived from the blue-ringed octopus. It mimics a heart attack and is virtually undetectable because it leaves the bloodstream very quickly.
Of course, Gorgonov was familiar with this particular method of assassination. He knew that the sovereign himself had ordered the swift termination of their ambassador to Prague. The contact the coroner mentioned was in fact the ambassador's MI6 handler. The coroner's weasel face configured itself into a concerned expression.
Sir, are you all right? You've suddenly gone very pale.
I'm perfectly fine, Doctor. But the truth was, he felt rather queasy. Perhaps it was staring down into the Y-shaped gap in Max's corpse, or the icy but stifling atmosphere of the windowless morgue, or even that awful sandwich he'd wolfed down. In any event, he called for a chair, but as he turned, the coroner said,
"Please don't move, sir. Stay as still as you possibly can."
"What is it?" Gorgonov snapped, having little patience for the coroner, or this place for that matter, which was in itself strange. He'd been to the morgue many times in the course of his work without feeling much of anything. A chair had been brought by Sergei, but the coroner wouldn't allow him to move, let alone sit. Gorgonov felt a certain weakness in the backs of his knees. He put a hand on Sergei's shoulder and, in doing so, saw it, glinting like a shard of glass in the fabric of his overcoat. The coroner had been busy looking through his instruments. Now that he was back, he clucked his tongue.
Sir, I told you not to move."
"What is that thing?" A mass of ice formed in Gorgonov's belly, but the coroner was concentrated on extracting what looked like a stainless steel pin from the leather on the upper right arm of Gorgonov's coat. His lips were pursed, and the tip of his tongue had appeared as he removed the object as if it were a grenade with the pin pulled. When he had it out, he dropped it into a kidney-shaped steel pan, which he set aside also with the greatest of care.
"Remove your overcoat, please."
"No, sir, no anything." This was extremely serious. Though he was not used to taking orders, Gorgonov did as he was told, hanging the coat over Sergei's crooked arm.
"Now your suit jacket."
Again Gorgonov did as he was told. He felt chilled beyond the effect the icy atmosphere was having on him. He thought of the darkness of the grave, of his wife dressed in black, weeping not a single tear for a man she loved but did not love her back. He thought of the son she had never bore him, the heir he had wanted so desperately. He thought of Lolita, of her charm, her grace, of her intelligence, which he never would have expected. The idea of never seeing her again was so unthinkable, so loathsome that his guts liquefied, and he became terrified that he would soil himself in front of his men. He gasped for air, felt the icy atmosphere of the morgue close around him as if fresh earth were being shoveled over him. "What the hell is going on, Doctor?" he said in a strangled voice. "Nothing, or everything," the coroner said. "Alpha or Omega." He was now peering intently at the cloth of Gorgonov's shirt, just below the seam that held the right sleeve to the body of the garment. "Excellent fabric. French?" "Italian," Gorgonov said. "Doctor." The coroner let out a deep sigh. Yes. All is well, sir. The pin did not puncture your shirt. It didn't reach your skin." "You mean that thing?" Gorgonov tossed his head in the direction of the pin that lay on the bottom of the kidney-shaped pan. "Yes, indeed, sir. I am quite sure that when I do a tuck screen of its tip, I will find the same blue-ringed octopus venom that killed your man." He looked up at Gorgonov. "There's no doubt. You were the target of the attack. Your bodyguard did his job. He got in the way. Lucky for you, but not unfortunately for him." Gorgonov let himself slowly down into the chair, where he sat for a moment, immobile, breathing deeply of the icy air that was now as sweet as the sweetest candy. Each color that before had seemed so dull, so monochromatic, pulsed with an almost psychedelic incandescence. And he arose from the grave, brushing off the newly turned earth, climbed out onto the green grass of life while his nerves twanged like Chet Atkins's guitar. He liked Chet Atkins, always had, ever since he'd been introduced to him by the boy who... But never mind that. He had the present to think about, not to mention the future. His future. Start at the beginning, he told himself, Max stumbling into him. At the time, he'd thought nothing of it, or if he had, he'd put it down to the slippery sidewalk. But now, he knew better. Possibly Max had seen something out of the corner of his eye, had reacted instinctively just as he should have. Gorgonov stood up and, pushing away Sergei's proffered arm, made his way to the autopsy table. His knees were still on the rubbery side, but they were gaining strength with each step he took. Thus the life he had taken for granted flowed back into him with new and enhanced meaning. He had told Boyko to fuck off, and this was the result. Perhaps it was the inevitable outcome, but part of Gorgonov had resisted the idea of the general going this far. He had crossed a line, which was the beginning and the end of it. Everything had now changed. Boyko had tried to kill him, and what could he do in retaliation that he hadn't already done? He had gone as far as his conscience would allow him to go. Clearly, Boyko had no such inhibitions. There had to be a definitive way to stop Boyko, but what? And then, as if out of the blue, a notion popped into his head, and he thought, fuck me, I've been going at the problem ass backwards. I need to start at the end, not the beginning. He stood over Max's corpse, head bowed, and whispered, "Thank you, you poor bastard." When his head came up, he signaled to Sergei. "Call Commandant Kristov. Have him set the wheels in motion for a senior officer's funeral. All the pomp and circumstance we can muster, then inform him that I wish to meet with him this evening for dinner. He'll know the place. Tomorrow morning, inform Max's widow yourself, but not before you pick up a medal. Choose one that's most appropriate to present to her when you tell her." "Yes, sir, right away." "Make sure she knows that we will provide for her and the children." "Max had no children, sir. They were planning—" "Oh, hell, his parents then, assuming they're still alive." Sergei helped his boss on with his suit jacket and then his overcoat. On their way out, Gorgonov turned back to address the coroner. "I want the full report, Doctor. Couriered to me directly. No copies. Get me?" The coroner nodded. "Of course, standard operating procedure around here." Then he picked up the kidney-shaped dish.
You're a lucky man, sir. A very lucky man.
Turning a deaf ear, Gorgonov fished out the pay-as-you-go mobile Boyko had stuffed into the bear. The general had offered 2 paths, neither of which Gorgonov found palatable. But there was a 3rd path. Like the 3rd rail or a live wire, using it was dangerous. Nevertheless, it was the one path to victory. No pain, no gain. That's what the muscle builders said. He could relate to that. With a deeply felt shudder, he composed the terse reply. Meet tomorrow at Danilov Monastery, 9 a.m. 37. A brown widow spider crouched on a window ledge. The pane of glass was so grimy, everything beyond it looked out of focus. The brown widow, however, was clear and present in Brenda's vision. She had returned to consciousness moments before, befuddled, muzzy-headed. Needing a Cliff's Notes refresher to figure out what had happened, that's where the brown widow came in. You fucked up, the brown widow said. You lost concentration. You weren't paying attention. My bad, Brenda said. Using 2 of its forelegs, the brown widow cleaned its face. It's no joke. Look where you've wound up. That's just the problem, Brenda said somewhat testily. I don't know where I am. Storeroom in the rear of this hellhole. At that moment, she heard a grinding noise from across the room. A door opened, and someone walked in. Brenda was crouched in the far corner beneath the only lonely window and the ledge where the brown widow had been, as if she were a bit of flotsam washed up on a distant shore in the wake of a hurricane. The brown widow was gone. It had scurried away at the noise, or else it had never been there at all, a figment of her imagination. Her head throbbed evilly. And all of a pain-filled sudden she remembered being cold-cocked as that Willie fat-fuck pawn-shop owner had led her into this back office where his partner, the gun broker, was. Between the door and her corner was a stack of open boxes, some cans of paint, a pile of filthy rags, a table with 1 chair. A laptop lay open on the tabletop, nothing else. The figure walked past it all and came to stand in front of her. Brenda looked up, bleary-eyed. Frankly, she'd rather have seen the brown widow spider. You must be the so-called Dave Gilly. The figure laughed like a hyena. That's what Rank Willie calls me anyway. He squatted down, giving her a better view of him. He held her ID in one hand, the long slide in the other. So you're the so-called Brenda Myers. If she could be any more in shock, she was now. Gilly was far younger than she had imagined, a dark-skinned teenager by the look of him. He was young only in years. The street and its rough life had toughened him into a sad middle age, arrogant and brittle at the same time. His flat nose and thick lips lay like an alligator-infested swamp beneath large, intelligent eyes and the broad brow of a professor. But judging by his attitude, all he was a professor of was death and destruction. What you doing nosing around in Rank Willie's store? Nice young bitch like you shouldn't be waving around a 10mm long slide. This here's a mighty nasty weapon. You want to know? Brenda said. You sold it to a woman named Voron. Gilly's forehead crinkled up. Don't know no Voron. Know this here weapon, though. She was a bomb maker, you know, Brenda said. Her money's as good as yours, better than yours, 'cause I sold her this. I wouldn't sell you nothing. By the look of you, your money'd be Fed-marked. I can't argue with that, Brenda said. I'd like some water. So would I, Gilly replied. But here we are. Get Rank Willie to fetch us some. Rank Willie? Gilly's laugh grated on her ears like razor blades. He had very large, very white teeth. Shit, he'd likely pee in the cups.
Can I get up then? I took your shoes off, so sure, you ain't going nowhere. Gilly rose with her, but she had to reach for the sill to keep herself steady. She blinked heavily several times, took a breath. Life flooded back into her in a wave so powerful it almost threw her off her feet. I'd like to leave now. Wouldn't we all? Gilly said reflectively. But like the man say, no one here gets out alive. He cackled like a wet hen. I don't want any trouble. Even to herself, she sounded fatuous. Yeah? I think that's fake news. His eyes clouded with menace. You came here looking for trouble. He spat. Knees, now. When she didn't comply, he pressed his palm against the crown of her head, forcing her down. Leaning in, he put the long muzzle of the gun against the side of her head, grinding it in until he drew a tiny circle of blood. By the way, Brenda said, I ought to tell you that the gun is empty. Do you really think I'd be stupid enough to come into Willie's with it loaded? The split second he took to check was all she needed. Her left arm blurred outward, and she grabbed his testicles through his jeans, squeezing as hard as she could. At the same time, she jerked her head away. He doubled over, his cry as piercing as a newborn's. She slammed her balled fist into his left ear, creating an agonizing suction that ripped a hole in his eardrum. Clutching at her clawed fingers, he lashed the barrel of the long slide into her cheekbone. Her grip on him loosened and she fell back. As he came at her, she kneed him as hard as she could between his legs. He screamed as he fell. She wrested the pistol away from him, crawled out from under him, sat astride him, and loaded up the gun. First, she said, doing her best to ignore the ringing in her ears, you're going to show me what the woman who wanted this weapon gave you on loan. Then I want you to tell me about your connections, why Voron came to you, and who else like her you've serviced. Fuck you! Gilly wheezed, unrepentant. Brenda now jammed the gun's muzzle into one of Gilly's nostrils and twisted viciously. Motherfuck! Gilly's eyes opened wide. Okay. He tried to take a breath, but Brenda wasn't making it easy for him. Inside jacket pocket. Take it. I don't want the freaking thing anyways. Carefully, Brenda pulled back the flap of his jacket, dipped 2 fingers into the narrow pocket. What she pulled out was a thin necklace with a silver pendant of 2 ravens, beak to beak. Where did she have this? Where do you think? Gilly said sullenly. Around her pretty little neck, which, looking back, I should have wrung like a chicken. Dropping the necklace into her pocket, Brenda said, Keep going. Gilly hesitated long enough for her to give him another painful lesson. Blood began to leak out of his nostril. He tried to sniff it back. His eyes began to water. So, look, everything's done electronically. Orders, payments, all that shit. I never meet no one. Who contacts you? Your guess is as good as mine. Name of Alice. Just Alice? That's all, Alice. What's her voice sound like? Does she have an accent? Never spoke to her. She never calls. It's all done through texts. Show me. With you sitting on my chest? Where's your mobile? Gilly's eyes blazed with resentment-making humiliation. Right front pocket of my jeans, bitch. For that, Brenda gave the gun barrel another vicious twist, this time so deep in his nose the muzzle was almost at a sinus. Motherfuck! Keep going with that trash talk, Brenda said as she dug the phone out of his pocket, and I'll take your whole nose off. Gilly squirmed under her. Let me up. I'll show you the texts. Like hell you will. Brenda took the muzzle out of his nose. Turn over, cross your ankles. When he did as he was told, she pulled 2 coils of wire out of an open box, lashed his wrists and ankles. Only then did she rise. Looking around, she grabbed an oily rag, stuffed it into his mouth. Pushing his mobile into her pocket, she hunted for her shoes, found them in one of the open boxes. She put them on and snatched his laptop off the desk. As she crossed the rear door, she noticed that the Brown Widow had reappeared. Atta girl, it said. Could spiders actually smile? She wondered.
as she let herself out into a noxious back alley. If she never saw Gilly or Rank Willie again, it would be too soon. 38. After receiving Brenda's call, Butler ordered an ambulance to pick her up outside the pawn shop. Instead of taking Brenda directly to the hospital, however, the ambulance transported her to the bombmakers building where Butler met her. While the doctors and a surgeon did patchwork on her injuries, Butler toured the interior of the structure, saw both Charles and Voron. He only relinquished his scrutiny when his forensics team arrived to go over the entire property. Now Butler and Brenda were at Midnight at the Oasis, an all-night canteen. Yellow lights blazed. The rolling doors were down against the chill, and with loops of old-school red and green lights winking, it was cheery inside. The Oasis was more of a greasy spoon. A converted gas station with an old truck painted a lurid green, sitting out front, up on cement blocks. The tires were long gone. The name of the place was painted in day-glow yellow on either side. A zinc bar ran along the rear wall, behind which was an old neon Schlitz clock with a sweep second hand. 4 shelves laden with all manner of alcohol, backed by a mirrored wall. Big Ref, the owner, ranged behind the bar, dispensing drinks and drawing a selection of 8 draft beers for those in love with craft beer. The Oasis hunkered down like a border outpost a block away from the start of a sketchy part of D.C., the southeast quadrant. Occasionally, and most often around Christmas, New Year's, and Martin Luther King Day, pistol shots could be heard now and again peppering the night. Once a fire. And like a border outpost, it was armed. Big Ref had earned his name for keeping the peace in and around the Oasis. Below the bar, and within easy reach of his meaty hands, was a sawed-off shotgun, a Colt 45, and an old-school nightstick, a trophy of his former profession. The fact was, Big Ref had many friends within the local police precinct. To a man, they were more than happy to let Big Ref settle ill-considered incursions into his territory any way he saw fit. "Better him than us," was a mantra often muttered inside the precinct and in patrol units. Brenda was just about dead on her feet, as Butler astutely observed over the others' protestations. He would deliver Brenda to the hospital when they were done here, but his immediate goal was to quickly debrief her, take possession of the intel, and get it processed in the most expeditious manner possible. He began asking questions. "The problem," he said a short time later, "is whether I'll be able to actually do anything with this treasure trove of intel you've provided." He told Brenda about being summoned to the defense secretary's office and Thompson making good on his threat to get him and his agency shut down. "Congress is in recess, as is most of the government. What's he doing working this holiday week?" "It seems the devil never takes a holiday," Butler said. "January 3rd, I have to appear before a Senate Intelligence Committee. I tell you this because it will be a witch hunt. Thompson is clearly out for my blood, and I don't want you caught up in this shitstorm that's sure to come." "There's no question of me leaving," Brenda said in a voice edged in steel. "I haven't gone through hell just to see everything we've worked for destroyed by this self-important dirtbag." Butler smiled, and as the waiter passed, ordered a burger for himself and steak frites for Brenda, a carafe of coffee, and another large bottle of Badois sparkling water, one of the reasons, along with the burger, he frequented the Oasis. "Loyalty will get you everywhere," he said in a low voice. At this time of night, the Oasis was normally inhabited only by insomniacs and wanderers who littered the darkened streets, and barflies who had already been ejected from their favorite watering hole. But these nights, the place was more than half full. The number of insomniacs at the Oasis had tripled in the past 2 years. No one, it seemed, was sleeping well. Not here in the capital. Not anywhere in the country. The insomniacs clumped together in a far corner, while the alcoholics clustered along the bar like black flies, each seeking comfort in their own kind. Like everywhere else, tribal imperatives drove these human beings at the margins. He would have asked Brenda how she was doing after killing Voron. except that he already knew the answer. Brenda would never talk about her kills. Whatever healing or soul-searching she did had to be on her own terms, in her own time. "And then there's Evan," Brenda said. "Your secret weapon." She gulped down more water. "Where is she, anyway? Still in Georgia?" "She's on her way to Obersalzberg, following a lead to the center of Nemesis, someone with the moniker of Cuervos." "Ravens in Spanish." Butler nodded. "That's right." "And is Peter still with her?" "Yes. It's still the best way we have to find out who and what he really is, which is definitely not clear at this point." Brenda said nothing more about Peter, turned her attention to her bloody steak, which had been put down in front of her, and to her work. "Let's get back to our business here." Butler appreciated that focusing on the nuts and bolts of their work together was what Brenda needed now. It was what they both needed. They were alike in that way. As Brenda took her first forkful of steak, Butler began. "Let's go over your intel again now, piece by piece, even though parts of it, like the laptop, have yet to be vetted by IT forensics." Brenda recounted her meeting with Charles Isaacs, the field operative who claimed to be working for Interpol, the death of Donald Beacom at Charles's hands, and the reason for it. Butler had been briefed on Marina, so he skipped that part, moved immediately to Nall, her Russian contact, and how he had directed them to the abandoned farm where Voron was constructing her bombs. "Speaking of which," Butler said, putting down his half-eaten burger, "we've yet to ID Voron or the man in uniform in the photo you found on the barn wall. Somehow I doubt that we will." He pointed. "Eat your spinach as well, for iron." "Thank you, Daddy dearest." Brenda meant to be sarcastic, but almost immediately realized how grateful she was to know this extraordinary man, let alone work for him. She began to eat her spinach. Butler sipped his coffee, watched a vagabond who looked like he hadn't slept since puberty enter and order a draft beer, then pull up a chair in the insomniac section. "What we really want to know is whether Voron was under General Boyko's control." "Like Marina." Brenda dipped a French fry into a small pool of ketchup, then chewed on it meditatively. "A nemesis action." "Obersalzberg. In Bavaria." Butler's thoughts had wandered back to Evan. Spanish names, Russian connections of some sort. But could Nemesis be German in origin? Maybe Boyko is funding them through the GRU. That makes sense. And both Voron and Marina had a necklace with the double raven pendant. Brenda washed down a bite of steak with some Badois. She was already starting to feel, if not normal, at least halfway human again. So the women are connected. Butler took out the necklace and pendant Voron had traded for the 10mm long slide, which Brenda had turned over to him. From the same cadre, maybe. "This is certainly identical to the description Evan gave me of the pendant Marina was wearing." He gestured. "Let's see the texts Dave Gilly was receiving from this Alice." Brenda turned on Gilly's mobile, then brought up the messaging app. There were a number of texts from Alice, starting last September, along with a single name for each date. Lily, Rose, Tulip, Violet, Marina. The last one was Voron 3 days ago. After each name was a figure, ranging from 500 for Rose to 5,000 for Voron. "Payments," Brenda said. "So now we have a connection between Alice, Marina, and Voron," she frowned. "But how do we find out who Alice is? Do we have enough here to follow the money back?" "Indeed we do." At last, a smile out of Brenda. "Bingo." Butler nodded toward Brenda's food. "Now finish your food." Brenda's smile blossomed like a lotus in moonlight. "Every last bite." Riley Rivers's mind was running in overdrive. He felt as if he'd had 3 too many triple espressos. He hadn't been a jackal among thieves for decades without developing a sixth sense for the winds of change. He had begun to sniff that change several days ago, in Brady Thompson's increasing belligerence. At first, he had put it down to Thompson taking his cue from the president himself, who increasingly was going off message in his public speaking engagements, ad-libbing in whichever direction his mind wished to take him at that particular moment. So much so that there had been rumors in the back corridors of the White House among its staff that POTUS had had a series of tiny strokes, the cumulative effects of which were beginning to show in his increasingly erratic behavior. When he had reported this to his SVR controller, he was told in no uncertain terms not to report such rumors, no matter how pervasive they might become. In fact, he was to do everything in his power to protect the president's standing. In between these words, Rivers, whose snout had developed the same level of expertise as a truffle hunter, could detect the delight at the idea that POTUS might be even more vulnerable to compromat than the Russian sovereign had believed when he began to target him some years ago. A compromised POTUS had been the dream and the goal of the sovereign's top priority initiative for 6 years now. The long con in its endgame phase had become the short con. And then there was the matter of the change in Isabel's behavior, the urgency in her voice, in everything she did now. Most especially her insistence on intel concerning Benjamin Butler's defamers. What was going on that he didn't know about? The questions without answers were driving him crazy. These questions Rivers continued to ponder darkly and deeply as he stepped to the curb in front of the Foggy Bottom building that housed his Office of Official Communications. He waited, surprised that Isabel's Land Cruiser wasn't already there, engine purring like a Bengal tiger ready to be unleashed. And then, up ahead, in a break in the early morning traffic, he saw the red SUV. He stepped off the curb so the driver could easily see him, and sure enough, the huge vehicle swerved to the right, coming right at him. But instead of slowing down, it sped up. It took several seconds for Rivers to recognize this anomaly. Disbelief paralyzed him. Seconds ticked by before his brain came out of its shocked stasis. By then, the SUV was almost upon him. He waved stupidly. Didn't the driver see him? Recognize him? And only then did it dawn on him that the SUV was accelerating toward him because the driver recognized him. The driver meant to do him harm. Like a battering ram, the SUV bore down on him, and even as he stumbled backward, it jumped the curb, the near side front fender clipping him, tossing him backward as if he were as light as a feather. He lay on the sidewalk, stunned and numb. Then the pain set in, a sharp stabbing that intensified with each ragged breath he took, making him weep as he cried out. For a long time nothing happened, and afterward, what he remembered most vividly was the passers-by. They either ignored him or gawked before hurrying on to their very important appointments. 39. Evan and Lemus were stopped at the airport, taken out of line, detained in a windowless room the approximate size of a broom closet. Apart from a metal table bolted to the polished concrete floor, 2 chairs on one side, a single chair on the other, there were no furnishings. The room smelled of old socks and fear. A Georgian military official of indeterminate rank paged through their false passports with hands as large as paddles. He wore tight pants, had a nose like a mushroom and eyes like a pig. He stank of boiled cabbage and seemed not to have either shaved or bathed in some days. He questioned them in somnolent fashion for perhaps an hour, then abruptly left, sweeping their passports off the table and taking them with him. For the next hour, nothing happened. Then the door was unlocked, and a very different sort of man stepped smartly in. He wore a suit and tie. The scent of lemons and sage wafted in their direction, a welcome corrective. This man, younger than the hulk who had already questioned them, was the polar opposite. He smiled thinly, offered his hand and a brief but sincere apology. He did not offer his name, and Evan didn't ask.
In 3 hours, a high-ranking member of the GRU will be arriving from Moscow. I don't know what the two of you have done to warrant such attention from the Russians, and frankly, I don't care. Whatever you've done or are suspected to have done is less important to me than my abiding hatred of Russians. He handed Evan and Lemus their passports. Your plane has been cleared for immediate takeoff. 2 of my men are waiting outside to escort you directly onto it. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200 lari, Evan thought as they left the stifling interrogation room. The diplomat, for Evan concluded that was what he must be, said not one more word, and they did not see him again until, having boarded Butler's jet, Evan noticed him watching the plane from the departure's lounge window. He did not turn away until the jet had lifted off. She picks her way through ruins all too familiar to her, as if she is coming home. These ruins are unique in that they are people rather than buildings. People Evan knew, ones she had killed, and those who had been killed because of their association with her. Ruins because they appeared to her as they had in the moments after their deaths, maimed, incomplete, sometimes barely human. They speak all at once in so many languages she can't separate one from the other. When she moves past the ruins she has made, she comes inevitably to the red brick monstrosity. And started awake with the single caw of ravens echoing in her head. In the tiny toilet, she slapped tepid water on her face until she was certain she was free of the dream world spiderweb that seemed to ensnare her every night since she had first seen the image of the red brick mansion. She touched the sterile pad over the wound in her cheek, found the swelling greatly reduced. Then she swallowed another antibiotic capsule, washed it down with a mouthful of filtered water. Back in her seat, she first determined that Lemus was sound asleep before taking up the mobile Butler had given her and dialing an overseas number she had memorized some years ago. She heard the hollowness of the line, the clicks and buzzes as the call was filtered through a number of electronic screens and filter gates. Yes, an electronic voice sounded in her ear. Evan spoke the 3-word parole she had been given. Moment. The same simulacrum enunciated. True to its word, a moment later, a real-life human voice came on the line. A familiar female voice. Who is speaking, please? Evan Ryder. Of course she knew who was speaking. Evan had been given a parole specific to her. I have intel for you. Who is speaking, please? I always told you you are an amusing woman. How are you, Allie? More to the point, how are you? Warmth flowed from Allie Carson, through the ether, from Interpol HQ in Paris. Difficult to say at the moment. I bet. A pause. Charles Isaacs. We sent him to D.C. And now he's dead. Who killed him? Allie was not one to waste time on sentimentality. A bomb maker named Voron. Voron was known to us. She's dead as well. Did you kill her? I wasn't there. Back to Charles, he's why I called. Allie sighed. He was sent against my recommendation, I might add. And now what I was afraid of has happened. I think it's time we spoke directly to each other. Another pause. I've got to get clearance, Evan. I'll call you back within the hour. Evan liked Allie, but that wasn't necessary. What was necessary was that she trusted Allie, whose intel was always right on the money. Still, there was a bitterness between them. Allie hadn't approved of Evan's relationship with Lyudmila. You're on a secured mobile, Allie said now. The number is blocked. Please give it to me. Evan did. I'll be in touch, Allie said. Wait, what was Charles Isaacs supposed to? But Allie had already disconnected. 2 broken ribs. Contusions. Lucky no organ involvement. Make and model of the SUV. Check. What about a description of the driver, the model year, the plate number? Are you fucking kidding me? Rivers thought as the drugs being pumped into his arm began their undertow. Nurses, doctors, cops, all wanting a piece of him, swirling down. Who was the Good Samaritan who called emergency services while everyone else kept on going because their lives were so very important? And lastly, who did this to me? Who wants me dead? Later, awake at last, he stared at the hospital room. It was so bright and white, like the snow globe in his bedroom when he was a child. His only company were machines beeping and ticking by his bedside, like grandfather clocks gone berserk, needles in his arm, taped against his skin, liquid in, shifting uncomfortably, liquid out. White gum-sole shoes whispering past his open door, hushed voices rising and falling like the Chesapeake tide, a half-seen elderly gent lying on a gurney, parked outside the far wall of the hallway, immobile, alive or dead, slippery consciousness, eeling its way in and out. At one point it occurred to him that no one would come to see him. He had no friends, only a slush fund of contacts for whom he was a machine that dispensed favor for favor, and enemies, all of whom had better things to do. Except the one who had tried to kill him. And all at once his pulse began to race. He could feel his heart pounding against his damaged rib cage, painful even through the sludge of drugs in his veins. What if that someone came here to his room while he was helpless to finish the job? Into his mind flashed the iconic scene from The Godfather, where Vito Corleone is lying helpless in a hospital bed, protected only by his son Michael and the terrified Enzo, the baker's son-in-law. The Don was lucky to have Michael and not Sonny there. Michael had the foresight to ask a nurse to help him move his father in his bed from one room to another to hide him from the would-be assassin. Rivers had no such son, or anyone else for that matter, to stand vigil or to move him, if there was in fact an assassin coming for him, and that led him to the chilling thought that it might have been Isabel who had ordered his death. Wasn't the Land Cruiser the exact color as hers? But why would she do such a thing? He still hadn't delivered the material on Benjamin Butler she had ordered him to research. Had she become impatient? Or, somehow worse still, had someone above her given the kill order? The memory of Jana Bardina's funeral, to which Isabel had very deliberately taken him as a warning, was still a fresh wound in his memory. Wherever the truth lay, the fact was that he'd never felt more alone. And then, with a clickety-clack of expensive high-heel pumps, that self-same Isabel entered his room. 40. I suppose it could have been worse, Dr. Selsby said, considering that over the past 72 hours you seem to have tussled with a series of cement mixers. Dr. Adam Selsby's smile had its way with Brenda. He was a robust, confident type, with a shock of blonde hair and probing eyes. Because he was cleared by Fed Intel, Brenda didn't have to hide anything from him, which was a relief. All your tests have come back normal, Dr. Selsby went on, consulting his iPad. EEG, EKG, MRI, the works. He looked up into Brenda's face. But you're not out of the woods yet. I prescribe at least 10 days complete rest. They were in a hospital room on a secure floor, only intelligence officers in or out. Thinking back to St. Agnes, Brenda took that restriction with a palm full of salt. Your body has taken a beating, Brenda, more than it had any right to endure, and that's not even counting the psychological and emotional stress you've been under. He tucked the iPad under his arm. Frankly, it's a wonder you don't have a concussion, and there's a distinct likelihood that within the next week or so you'll begin to experience some or all of the symptoms of PTSD. Another reason I'm ordering bed rest. You notice I said order, not prescribe. I'm absolutely serious about this. Without proper rest, you could do yourself more harm than the cement mixers you encountered. Clear? As glass. That smile again, like a pod of dolphins bathing her in a particular kind of warmth.
There's a car and driver waiting for you downstairs." Pressing 2 vials into Brenda's hand, he added, "Vicodin and Ambien. I imagine I don't have to warn you not to abuse either." He stuck out his hand, and Brenda took it. It was cool and dry, and as firm as his voice. "Go home. Rest. I wish you peace and a long life." Brenda did, in fact, go home. She had no choice in the matter. Butler's people not only walked her to the door, they went in with her, checked the apartment for, she supposed, electronic surveillance bugs. They poked everywhere. "Find any spooks?" she said archly as she saw them out. They made no reply. Apparently humor was in short supply, even the grim kind. Then they remained in front of her building, in their vehicle, smoking and chatting. About what? Her underwear they'd pawed through? For a full hour after they left her company. Clearly they had their own orders concerning her enforced sabbatical. It should have been a pleasure to be back in her own space, but then why was she pacing back and forth in her living room like a caged tiger? At length she padded into the bathroom, took a long hot shower, reveling in the water sluicing over her, washing away the accumulated layers of sweat, dirt, and grime. She closed her eyes, water steaming her face, the gentle, insistent pressure like the fingers of a masseuse. When at last she stepped out, toweled off, she felt pink and scrubbed. But that was her surface. Beneath, the darkness of the last 3 days continued to swirl, enfolding her in its noxious embrace. Nevertheless, she forced herself to get into bed, sliding between the sweet-scented sheets. The softness felt good against her skin, but she was still in pain. Turning, she saw the 2 vials Dr. Selsby had given her. She despised taking drugs of any sort, had been brought up to believe that she could power through any pain or sleeplessness by force of will alone. Now, however, her body hurt so much in so many places, not the least the side of her face where Dave Gilly had struck her with the barrel of the Springfield pistol, that she was sorely tempted to swallow a Vicodin or 2. In the end, though, she turned away, lay on her side, and thought of Evan. Better to think of her than Peter. She had built up a mini storehouse of knowledge regarding Nemesis and Charles Isaacs and Voron that Evan ought to hear from an eyewitness, namely her, who could relate details no one else could. But try as she might to concentrate on that aspect of the present, her thoughts kept being borne back ceaselessly to Peter. His betrayal was a violation that cut her to the quick. He had reached down into the core of her, ripped a piece out. It was not simply that he had made a fool of her. He had insinuated himself past all her defenses, had made a mockery of her expertise. Even worse, he had caused her instincts to fail her. Love had blinded her to his perfidy, his true self. Hard as it was to admit, what she also felt was shame. The shame of being raped, which had nothing at all to do with sex and everything to do with power, control, and abuse that didn't need to be physical. All 3 of these, she felt in retrospect, now she knew the truth about him. Peter had wielded over her. She wept then, feeling broken, fragile, bereft, trembling in her bitterness. She cried herself to sleep. It was still dark when she awoke, the anesthesia of sleep keeping the pain at bay for precisely 15 seconds before it inundated her all over again, making her gasp out loud, her fingers clawing the warm sheet beneath her as if it were a living body on whom she could take out her rage and sorrow. The moment she recognized her continuing sorrow as self-pity, she sat up, ignoring the pain, rose from her bed, went to her dresser, then her closet, and dressed in jeans, a black flannel long-sleeve top, midnight blue sneakers. She perched on the end of her bed, bent over to tie the laces, and when she sat up, the room began to spin so badly she was obliged to squeeze the comforter in a death grip. She waited, her heart pounding, her breath coming hot and fast. Gathering her wits, she went into prana, long, deep breaths, exhaling all the way down to her pubic bone, as her martial arts sensei had taught her to do when she was anxious or under stress. She had come to a point where she was both. But knowing it, as her sensei would say, is half the battle won. Doing something about it was the second half. Burrowing into the back of her closet, where even Butler's guys hadn't gone, she pulled up a corner of the carpet, revealing 2 loose floorboards. From beneath them, she pulled out a dull olive green ammo box, took from it a legend passport in the name of Amy Kendall, which not even Butler knew about, several other docs, and $10,000 in cash. She put the ammo box back in its hidey hole, replaced the floorboards and carpet. Standing up slowly, she packed an overnight bag with clothing and essential toiletries, took a black shearling car coat from the hall closet, and, checking from the living room window to make sure the car was gone, let herself out of her apartment, locking the door behind her. Never before had she been a victim. She was determined never to be one again.
Isabel, you look like $1,000,000.
Rivers's terror made his smile too wide and his voice too brittle.
And you little pipsqueak, look like something I just scraped off the bottom of my shoe.
Isabel wasn't smiling. She swept off her black cape-like coat as she advanced across the linoleum floor. Rivers couldn't look at her as he winced.
You're meant to be working for me. What are you doing getting yourself run over? Almost run over. Huh.
Isabel put fists on her hips.
From where I stand, I can't tell the difference.
Rivers looked up, visibly hurt, hoping to curry some sympathy at least. She wore a cranberry-colored tweed suit that showed off her figure well. Her hair was pulled back in what might have been an old-fashioned chignon on some women. On her, it enhanced her glamour. Rivers eyed her up and down. Her legs seemed to go on forever.
Me? I never did mind the male gaze, Isabel said.
I feel empowered.
To do what? Rivers said, screwing his courage to the wall. Kill me?
Kill you? Isabel's lips formed a perfect O.
Where in the world did you get that idea? The vehicle that tried to run me down was a cherry red Land Cruiser. He pulled himself up into a sitting position. You own a cherry red Land Cruiser, Isabel. I've ridden in it.
Isabel was about to show Rivers how wrong he was, to tell him that he wasn't the only one who wanted to know who had tried to run him down, when she saw just how frightened Rivers was. Far more frightened than when she had taken him to Yana Bardana's funeral. There was nothing like a scrape with death to clear the mind, she reflected, and so, for the moment, she changed tack, took a stab in the dark.
You're holding out on me, Riley.
Rivers was instantly terror-struck.
What do you mean?
His voice had risen an octave in panic.
I was bringing you the intel you asked for, and more, I might add, when you almost killed me.
Yes, well, we'll get to that in a minute, Riley. She came close to the bed.
There's something else.
Something you've been hiding since the moment I recruited you.
I don't know.
She scrutinized every expression that flitted across his face, no matter how momentary, no matter how shadowed. Saving it for a rainy day, are you?
No,
That rainy day is here, Riley. It's a fucking downpour, and either you spit it out, or you're going down the drain.
Okay.
Rivers, his eyes open wide, his hands trembling, licked his lips.
It's about Brady Thompson.
Isabel's eyebrows lifted. The Secretary of Defense. What about him?
He's a Russian asset. What? That's right.
Rivers was both pleased and relieved that he had surprised her with actionable intel.
He's been an asset for a while.
How did the Russians... Sex? Money? What?
He got in over his head with reckless banking and real estate deals. When they all fell through, he had nowhere to turn, and then the Russians stepped in to bail him out for their usual price. I'll bet they did.
Isabel was still trying to wrap her head around the astonishing revelation that Thompson was a Russian asset. She knew the federal government was lousy with Russian moles. Both she and Ben were working clandestinely, each in their own way, and together to root them out. She had been too focused on Ben, the one person who gave her tunnel vision. She'd dropped the ball on Thompson. I'll also wager that it was the Russians who made sure Thompson's deals fell through.
Christ, Rivers said. I never thought of that.
That's why I get the big bucks, she said wryly. He laughed without a trace of mirth. The next thing she said was, "Do you have any proof?"
Sadly, no.
What about communiques, intel, anything?
My control told me Thompson was off limits, totally protected. He said his political star had risen in the sky. Now it was important that he rise to the zenith and not fall prematurely.
Rivers licked his lips.
By this, I inferred that Thompson had been transferred to another corpus.
Corpus?
That's how he put it. Thompson was originally an SVR asset, but I took that to mean he no longer was.
Isabel's face darkened. And you didn't make a recording of this conversation? Rivers spread his hands.
So I could incriminate myself one day? No, absolutely not.
And you told me none of this. Idiot.
You weren't thinking at all. Rivers hung his head.
Time to move on, Isabel thought, even as she realized that she could never trust him again. She never should have trusted him in the first place. Okay, Riley. Let's have the information regarding the origin of the social media attacks on Benjamin Butler.
Okay, well, it took some time.
Oh, get on with it, Riley.
It's a netbot called Soul Searcher.
Run by whom, exactly?
It's not SVR. It's not my control, I made sure. Now, I can't be 100% positive, but I strongly believe it's the GRU, the Russian military.
I know what the GRU is, Riley.
Okay, well, it seems that 2 months ago, the usual GRU netbots, APT-28 and Fancy Bear, went dark, winked out altogether, and haven't been heard from since. A couple of days later, Soul Searcher started up. Too coincidental for it to be run by anyone other than the Russians. Another thing, the Soul Searcher netbot is far more sophisticated than either of its predecessors. The Russians must have made a quantum jump in their tech. So my bet is that for whatever reason, the GRU has decided to target this Benjamin Butler. Any idea why?
Isabel had a perfectly good idea why, because Ben was their American spy network's biggest threat. But why now, specifically? So aggressively? It had to have something to do with his going after this nemesis group. Of course, Isabel was not about to share these thoughts with Rivers, and she was sure she could get a lot more useful information out of him. Well, Ben has Jewish blood, which is what they're going after. But that can't be the answer, at least not all of it. There has to be more of a reason, something we're not aware of. Yet. She considered a moment. Perhaps you could ask your friendly Russian control if he has any idea why GRU would target Butler. Her voice had changed completely. It had softened, become more sympathetic. Rivers's head came up. He showed her a watery smile. If you understand simple psychology, men are so easily manipulated. At heart, they're nothing more than little boys, she thought, as she sat down on the corner of his bed, crossed one leg over the other to give him a view.
He isn't very accommodating in that way.
Rivers had already perked up from his former desolate state.
And if I start asking about Soul Searcher, he's bound to get suspicious.
His brows knit together.
I assume that's why you haven't asked your control.
She closed her eyes for a moment, gathering her thoughts, deciding how to proceed now that the ground had shifted beneath her. How best to use the intel on Thompson that Riley had coughed up to protect Ben, and for more. When she opened her eyes, she stared directly into Rivers's eyes, catching him by surprise. Riley, I know there's something else you'd like to share. Now's the time.
There isn't.
If you lie to me now, Riley, you might as well kiss your career, your life, goodbye. He lifted his hands as if to ward off the blow.
Okay, but in my defense, I didn't tell you what was going on with Thompson because, well, I was embarrassed that I didn't have any hard evidence. All I could have given you was my word that he was a Russian asset.
Isabel sighed deeply.
What did I tell you about holding out on me? So you did try to have me killed after all.
Stop being so dense, Riley. Why would I try to kill you when you were supposedly about to give me what I'd asked for? Rivers frowned.
I must not be thinking clearly.
You think? Look, everyone knows what car I ride around in. How difficult do you think it was to get an identical one?
But only one of them did a hit-and-run number on me.
That's the first smart thing you've said since I walked in here. Did you, by any chance, get the license tag? Or at least a part of it?
Everything happened so fast, and I was in shock. I mean, you can understand.
He dropped his head.
Okay, well, if it wasn't you, then who was it?
She tapped one forefinger against her lower lip. Clearly, whoever it was wanted you to think it was me.
Then mission accomplished.
Rivers shook his head, immediately regretted it, as pain broke out anew in his chest.
But do you have any drivers in mind?
Well, that list is a very short one. Almost no one knew that I had tasked you with finding out who was behind the disinformation about Butler.
You mean besides you and me, someone else knew?
Isabel didn't reply. She pulled out her mobile, punched in a speed dial number as she crossed to the window at the far end of the room. She listened for a moment, then said, I know it's the middle of the workday. I know you're swamped, being short-handed. I don't care. She gave the person on the other end the name and address of the hospital, as well as Rivers's room. Get over here now. She disconnected before any more excuses could be made, then turned to Rivers. Okay, Riley. Showtime. Spill. 41. Inside an hour, Allie had said. But more than 90 minutes passed without the promised return call. Lemus was awake. Evan watched him rise, walk on stiff legs to the toilet. When he emerged, he stretched, crossed to the galley, had the attendant pour 2 mugs of coffee. Bringing them back, he handed one to Evan before he plopped himself into the adjoining seat.
What happened back there at airport security?
He said as he sipped his coffee. We were made, Evan said. Somehow the GRU found out our whereabouts.
That's worrying, isn't it?
Evan looked hard at Lemus. I wonder who could have told them. Lemus had the mug almost to his lips. Now he lowered it.
You don't think it was me, do you?
You're my prime driver. When Evan put her coffee aside without tasting it, Lemus grunted, picked up Evan's mug, and very deliberately took a couple of generous sips.
Satisfied.
Evan took the offered mug and drank.
I didn't call or in any other manner contact anyone, let alone someone from the Russian side. Besides, according to you, I'm mate with Anton Gorgonov. And even if that was the case, which it's not, and I told him, how would it get to the GRU?
In a way, he was right, Evan knew. On the other hand, and given the heightened enmity between Gorgonov and General Boyko, penetration by moles on either side was a fait accompli. She'd decided to go in an altogether different direction. Have you forgotten you're the Russian side, Peter?
Did you consider Aunt Lyudmila to be on the Russian side? When Evan made no reply, Lemus went on. I know I'm not Aunt Lyudmila, but honestly, I'm the next best thing. Anyway, I'm all you have. Maybe. Evan drank more coffee, which was dark and rich, the way she liked it. But I can't help wondering who has who. The eternal conundrum between lovers and friends. Since we're neither, that has no bearing here. Well, we certainly are something to each other. With that pronouncement, Lemus drained his mug, settled back in his seat, and closed his eyes. Then Evan's mobile began to vibrate. She rose and went down the aisle to a secluded spot where she could have this conversation in private. Charles was supposed to deliver this in person, but now I will do it myself. Allie said without preamble. We have rock-solid intel that the most notorious DoD black site has returned to operation. What? The black site program has been dead and buried for years. Resurrected, my friend. Which black site? Evan had no good memories of DoD personnel. None at all. We don't know for sure. If we ever had records of DoD's black sites, they've been lost in a fire we had several years ago. But like all of DoD's past sites, this one is in a location one would never expect. By piecing together an incomplete jigsaw from far-flung sources, we've narrowed it down to somewhere in Germany. 42. When Roger Hollis entered Riley Rivers's hospital room, he found only one occupant. Isabel was lounging on the bed, legs crossed at the ankles. You know, that old guy out there has, as the docs say, expired, he said, hooking his thumb over his shoulder. What's he still doing in the corridor? Who am I, Dr. House? Swinging her legs around, Isabel bounced out of bed, stood facing him. Hollis frowned. Where's the fire? The fire, she said, swinging past him to shut the door, is wherever you are, dear Roger. Hollis's frown deepened. Meaning what, exactly? Well, that's what you're going to tell me. What? Hollis rubbed the blue stubble on his square jaw. It was clear he'd been burning the midnight oil, had pushed sleep far away from himself. Have you lost... You know, I think that encounter with Peter and his friend Louise Stedman has had a long-term effect on you. He shook his head. Clearly you're not yourself. Well, I could say the same about you, because someone in this room's not himself, but it's definitely not me. She came right up to him, stared him in the face. Her eyes gleamed like bear traps about to spring shut. No, you see, Roger, today, right this minute, I'm more myself than I ever have been. Isabel, you're not making sense. Why did you try to run Riley Rivers down? Say what now? He took a step back, but she just advanced on him, keeping the same distance between them. Why did you use a vehicle identical to mine? Why did you want to make him think that I was out to kill him? Hollis retreated another step, and again she followed him. Now his back was against the side wall. His head hit a cheap print, skewed it off its axis. He opened his mouth, closed it again without uttering a sound, let alone a word. But I already know, Roger. You're an adder at my breast, a fly in my ointment, a spanner, as the Brits say, in the works. What in the world? She poked his chest with a stiff forefinger. I get it now. You don't want me getting my intel from anyone else. You're jealous. But why? Do you have a thing for me? Or are you afraid of what someone else might dig up on you? Now wait a fucking minute. How many entities are paying you for your data mining software? Lemus helped you build a company to do good. And what do you do with it behind his back? So, Nemesis and the Russians? But which Russians? Not the SVR? Not the FSB? That only leaves one corpus. GRU. Hey, I thought we were in this together. Who cares which Russians we're working for? Aren't we together? We're not in anything together, Roger. We never have been. After a stunned second, he said, So you're what? A double agent? This isn't about me. Isabel kept staring at Hollis. He was one of her targets. She knew a lot about him, but not all. Now was the time to peel back the last layers. At that moment, the door to the bathroom opened, and Rivers emerged, dressed in his street clothes. He paused for a moment. His eyes narrowed. He'd seen this guy before, he was sure of it, but where? Then his memory snapped into place. He was the person Isabel had been looking at during Yana Bardina's funeral. Rivers stepped forward to stand at Isabel's side, his face drained of color. How does this shithead know anything about me? I saw you leaving Isabel's house, Hollis said matter-of-factly. I got your car tag number. That's all I needed to data mine you. Though your connection to Isabel is still... Another poke from Isabel, harder this time, caused Hollis to make a grab for her finger, intending to bend it, break it, send her down to her knees where no doubt he felt she belonged. But she anticipated his physical attack, and so buried a knee deep in his groin. A whoosh like a balloon deflating came from the agonized depths of his abdominal cavity. With great alacrity, she stepped away as he doubled over. A goddamned mole, she said. I heard, Rivers breathed. For the GRU, for Boyko. So it would seem. Isabel pulled Hollis's head up by his thinning, sweat-slick hair, stared into a face twisted by pain. Right, Roger. Go fuck yourself, he growled in a watery voice. I'd say you've done a pretty good job of that. Her balled fist collided with the hinge of his jaw, dislocating it. Ow! One of the hands protecting his bruised genitals flew to his cheek. He made the same sound, only more pitiable, when he touched the dislocation. Isabel squatted down in front of him. Now, here's what we know. For 2 months now, the GRU has been using a new, ultra-sophisticated netbot called Soul Searcher. I doubt they could have done that without your help. Am I right, Roger? She hit him again. How about you tell me why you would align yourself with General Boyko? She half-turned toward Rivers. What was it you discovered about Soul Searcher, Riley? That it's far more sophisticated than either APT-28 or Fancy Bear. So, here's our proof, Roger, Isabel said. The GRU made a quantum jump in their tech. She cocked her head. How much did GRU pay you for your services, Roger? Hollis tried one more time, but his attempt to say, who, came out as, who? He couldn't purse his lips. The GRU. Isabel could afford to be patient now. Fucking Boyko, whose ass you wipe. She tut-tutted. But what was I thinking? I'm so sorry, Roger. I should never have dislocated your jaw. So saying, she took his jaw between her hands. Ignoring the terror on his face, she braced herself. A violent motion of her hands caused him to cry out like a wounded bear. There, she said softly. Better now? His red-rimmed eyes stared at her pleadingly. She took a breath, let it out slowly. You know, Roger, it occurs to me, belatedly, I admit, that you weren't cut out for this sort of life. Yana got you into it, but it was a Venus flytrap. Now she's been murdered and you're in way over your head. You're right. Of course you're right, but damn it, I loved her. I was so blinded I did what she asked.
His voice was muddled, his words garbled as he struggled with the pain in the aftermath of the dislocation and relocation of his jaw. "How's that?" Isabel sat back on her haunches, listening carefully.
"The software we came up with got the attention of GRU. Someone from Boyko's personal staff contacted me, told me who and what Yana was. At first, I didn't believe him, but when I saw pictures of her with other men, and some of them were..."
He made a face.
"You wouldn't believe what she had these guys doing."
"I think you mean that you thought you were the only one doing those things with her."
"I'd never heard of half of them before I'd met her," Roger wailed. "They were so satisfying. They turned my legs to jelly."
"I know exactly how the Russians work, Roger." Hollis's jaw dropped open.
"Oh God, what have I done?"
"Over and over again." She grinned down at Hollis, baring her teeth. Hollis gave out with an animal moan, began rocking, a mournful keening coming from deep inside him. Her rage was nearer the surface again, and she struggled to control it. "So Boyko is your controller?" Hollis seemed to have clammed up. She made a sudden move at him, and he flinched.
"Yes and no," he said thickly. "He was, but then he handed me off to someone else, a man named Alice."
"Alice," Isabel said, as if tasting the name on her tongue. Who the fuck was Alice, she wondered. The Russians were notoriously tight-lipped about their personnel. Most controllers didn't know who the others were handling. It was a way to keep things compartmentalized, to limit the damage if an asset got blown and gave up his or her controller's operational name under duress. Even so, with her intelligence information access from her Mossad days largely intact, she should at least have heard of Alice, but she hadn't. "Tell me more, Roger, before I dislocate your jaw again." Hollis closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, Isabel was grinning at him. "I'm still here," she said. "Who is Alice?"
"Other than the fact that I surmise he works for GRU, for Boyko, I have no idea, I swear it."
Hollis took a shuddering breath, let it out slowly.
"Boyko pays me more for providing him with intel he uses mostly for personal gain. At least, that's what I gather."
"I don't think you gather very much at all," Isabel said with such a sharp edge he winced. "You are one crap-eating dick. What else do you have for our ears only?"
"I can tell you more about Boyko,"
Hollis said, desperate now to save his own skin.
"It seems that everything Boyko is up to these days is personal."
"How so?" Isabel asked.
"That I don't know."
Isabel reached out, softly patted the side of Hollis's face. The corners of her mouth turned up as he flinched. "I don't believe you, Roger." With her hand still on his jaw, she added, "Please don't disappoint me." Hollis was making little grunts of pain. He heaved a sigh of capitulation.
"You know that Boyko and Gorgonov were schoolmates. They go back a long way. Well, they're now in the midst of a bitter feud."
"Origin?" Isabel asked.
"Unknown,"
Hollis replied. "Really?" Her eyes narrowed. "We need you to get to the bottom of it." Hollis, staring into her unrelenting gaze, realized that he was finally and completely undone. He understood that there was only one way he was going to get out of this alive.
"I think it might possibly have to do with their respective mistresses."
Isabel was excitedly aware that her mining expedition was about to strike gold. "What exactly do you mean?"
"Now that both their mistresses are dead, I think each one killed the others. Their war seems to have escalated."
Rivers had been bending over her, straining to hear what was coming next.
"Christ," he exclaimed. "This is all the hallmarks of a blood feud. It's like the Clantons and the Earps. I wonder whether it will lead to a modern-day shootout in Tombstone."
"But how did it start?" Isabel said.
That's what I'd like to know. Maybe it's like this, Rivers said, straightening up and taking a deep breath. Okay, so Thompson was an SVR asset, and now he's someone else's asset. Why? My best guess now, hearing about this feud, is he was poached by the GRU, by General Boyko specifically, and maybe that's what started the whole thing. And he'd be the only one with enough power to pull off something like that. Now, consider the nature of the asset. Thompson is the Secretary of Defense. A bigger fish I cannot imagine.
Unless it's the President of the United States, Isabel added archly. Rivers's laugh when it came was a bit uncertain.
Right, of course. But that's...
The stuff of films, Isabel finished for him.
Yeah, Rivers said. What was the name of that film, Hollis? You remember it, of course you do.
Hollis looked from one of his interrogators to the other.
The Manchurian Candidate?
Isabel nodded distractedly. She was ready to get into the meat of the matter. Hollis hadn't so much as said boo at the mention of Thompson. He knew. She stared at Hollis fixedly.
So, what do you think of Rivers's theory?
Hollis said.
I want something in return.
You might get to live, Isabel told him. How's that? Hollis nodded sullenly.
Poached, he acknowledged. In the tumult following the disappearance of Lyudmila Shokova, Gorgonov was focused on finding out what happened to her at the Sovereign's order. He took his eye off the ball. Boyko moved in.
Huh. Isabel sat back.
I do believe you're right, Riley. That's got to be the origin of their blood feud. What would that mean for us?
Isabel gave a grunt.
Either the general will consolidate his power, or Gorgonov will kill him.
Something leapt within Rivers's breast.
If Boyko poaching Thompson is what started the feud, maybe we can use that knowledge in some way. I have something else, Hollis said, abandoning his humble posture and sitting up straight. And this tidbit is worth a lot more than the last one.
Isabel crouched down beside him again.
Speak, Roger, or forever hold your peace. I trolled the dark web for Boyko.
His speech was returning to normal as he became used to the pain in his jaw.
I found something very interesting. More than interesting, actually. Much more. It's a game changer.
Really? Isabel's eyebrow arched upward. Continue. The suspense is killing me.
As a young man, Gorgonov had an affair with another man in St. Petersburg.
Isabel's eyes opened wide.
You have proof? Chapter and verse.
And how is it that you've held on to this bombshell?
I hate Boyko, to tell you the truth. I hate myself for allowing him to coerce me into giving him intel. I was going to use it as leverage to sever my ties, my golden parachute.
But you're going to let me have it, yes?
I can show you all of it. Every last word and photo.
A sly smile broke out across Isabel's face.
What do you want? My life, my company. Everything stays the way it was before I walked into this fucking trap.
That's not possible. You know how this works.
I want...
We don't always get what we want, Hollis, but sometimes we get what we need. What you need is your company back. That I can do. But from this moment forward, you belong to me. Is that clear? He nodded. Say it, shitbird.
It's clear, Isabel.
Now, show me the goods. He nodded and groaned.
I will. And to prove my good intentions, I'm going to throw in yet another bit of goods that should interest you greatly, to say the very least. Proof about Thompson.
Hollis licked his dry lips.
I swear, Isabel, you'll see just how valuable I can be to you. You should have been this helpful to me all along, when you thought we were in this together, she said mockingly, but then helped him up. You would have saved yourself a lot of pain. She turned to Rivers. Time's up on this venue. Riley, let's get you signed out. My car's waiting downstairs for us. On the way to her townhouse, she produced the mobile she used only occasionally, pressed a speed dial key. When she heard the familiar voice at the other end, she said, I have the answer. Listening attentively, she tried to keep her impatience in check. I understand. Come over to my place as soon as you can break away. 43. From the outside, Marlowe's Bar and Grill wasn't much to look at, but inside it was a cozy nest of richly shining wood panels and bar. Square columns painted black, and blue backlighting that should have been garish but somehow wasn't. The place was smoky and convivial, packed with red-faced Austrians. The burgers and thick-cut steak fries were good, and the Bavarian beer excellent. Evan and Delimas sat across from each other in a darkened booth along the wall at right angles to the bar. They were in the middle of Salzburg. Obersalzberg lay 18.5 miles to the south in the Bavarian Alps. They would have been in Obersalzberg by now, but for the 2-hour delay getting out of the airport in Tbilisi and almost getting caught there by the GRU. Wild Thoughts by DJ Khaled was emanating from speakers high up in the four corners of the room, but no one seemed to be listening. I wish they'd cut that out, Lemus said testily. Evan watched him without expression. The music, I mean, Lemus went on. There's more than enough noise in here as it is. I can barely hear you without leaning over the table, which was exactly what he was doing. This wasn't the first time it occurred to Evan that Peter Lemus possessed no tradecraft. If indeed he was a spy, he was a very poor one. Hadn't Lyudmila arranged for him to have training? Or perhaps her true intention had been to get him out from under that whole side life. In fact, that chimed with the Lyudmila she knew. Still, it was inconceivable that Gorgonov, or for that matter any of his controls, would send a sleeper out without the proper training in tradecraft, let alone for wet work. Unless, clever fellow that Gorgonov was, he chose Peter precisely because he wasn't an agent, someone she could smell out. The proprietor wandered the room, shaking hands, exchanging bon mots with locals and regulars. Every once in a while, he'd throw a sidelong glance their way when he thought they weren't looking, but Evan saw him every time and marked his suspicion. It might be the famed Austrian suspicion of foreigners, or it might be something more specific and therefore sinister. And yet, when he reached their table, he extended a meaty hand, introduced himself as Herr Hennig, and spoke to them affably in the typical overly polite manner of the region. He bought them a round of beer and an after-dinner drink of his finest brandy, all the while trying to weasel out of them where they were from, where they were staying, and most insistently of all, where they were headed. My brother runs a travel service, he told them, smiling through his walrus mustache. I can give you the best places to stay, the best restaurants to eat at, all at very fine prices because I know everyone in the area. Evan thanked him in the same overly polite manner while informing him that they were in Salzburg on business, and magnificent as the surrounding countryside looked, they had little time to enjoy it. What a pity, Herr Hennig said. And what business is it that brings you to Salzburg? We're exporters, Evan said. Herr Hennig swept 2 snifters of amber brandy from the waiter's tray and set them in front of them. Exporters of what? May I be so bold as to inquire? Anything and everything, my dear sir, Evan replied, and tipped her snifter to her lips. Herr Hennig nodded, smiling like their long-lost uncle. Yet still, perhaps, you would have time to tour the former salt mine in Hallein, which is now a wonderful tourist attraction. Salzwelt in Hallein, it is called now. The Halline world of salt. What a delightful suggestion. But, well, if only we had the time, Evan said in a mournful tone. But work is work, as I am certain you understand all too well, Herr Hennig. The hard work you do around here is quite apparent and much appreciated. Herr Hennig beamed. You are too kind, gnädige Fraulein. He gestured with a theatrical sweep of his arm. Please savor my brandy. He gave a little bow, but stopped short of clicking his heels. There's a decent fellow, Lemus said when they were once again alone. Evan emitted a short laugh. Don't be fooled, Peter. Herr Hennig was mining for information. Evan took another sip of the brandy, which was indeed quite fine. The first thing you need to learn about the Austrians is they're hypocrites. They come at you with a smile while holding a knife behind their back. Aren't all people hypocrites? It's more or less a part of the human condition. True enough. Lemus may not have made a decent spy, but he was far from stupid, Evan thought. But in the case of the Austrians, they have a head start, not to mention that they run faster. The skin at the outside of Lemus's eyes crinkled as he laughed. The next time I speak with an Austrian, I'll keep that in mind. At once he sobered up. But what kind of information was he mining for? Our destination, Evan said. You heard him mention Halline? Lemus nodded. Yes, the Halline world of salt. Well, it just so happens that the area around Obersalzberg is known for its salt mines. Evan set aside her snifter. I don't think it was a coincidence that Herr Hennig mentioned Salzwelt and Halline. Lemus's brows knit together. Do you think he knows that's where we're headed? Evan shook her head. He was fishing, that's all. But I do think that if we'd been stupid enough to tell him where we were going, a number of people, some of whom would no doubt like nothing better than to stop us, would be made aware of our destination. You mean the Russians who tried to hold us over in Tbilisi, or Nemesis, both of whom are trying to kill us both? Evan shot Lemus a look. No matter how much he tried to disbelieve his story about being Lyudmila's nephew, the coin kept coming up on the opposite face. She would have liked to explore this anomaly further, but the truth was she was exhausted, as she was sure Lemus was. What they both needed most now was a good night's sleep, so they would be rested for tomorrow's journey across the border into the Bavarian Alps, and for whatever they were going to find there. But sleep was not Evan's willing partner. She stood by the window in her small but immaculate hotel room, staring out at the sepia-colored night, scanning the street for loitering figures or inhabited vehicles parked in a stakeout. That she saw neither did little to reassure her. First of all, she wasn't convinced that they had not been followed here from Georgia. She was more concerned by the attempted Russian military intervention at the Tbilisi airport than she had let on to Lemus. Questions kept bedeviling her. The first was Peter Lemus himself. The second was her thoroughly unpleasant conversation with Allie regarding the possible resurrection of a DoD black site. Third, she still had no clear idea of how large or powerful a network Nemesis commanded. How many countries were its acolytes in? Did it have local and or regional police and politicians in its pocket? And speaking of pockets, how deep were Nemesis's? Who or what was behind the neo-Nazis? Who or what was funding Nemesis? The Russians? It seemed highly unlikely that it was self-funded, not something on this international scale. Restless, she dressed, went downstairs. Outside the sky was cloudless, but a reddish haze from the city's light pollution made stargazing a thing of the distant past. She wasn't concentrating on the sky, anyway, but rather quartering the immediate area as she walked. Shadows lay strewn across her path like chess pieces in a broken game. She was surrounded by Gothic architecture, a remnant of the country's ignominious past. 40 minutes later, she returned to her room, having found no sign of human surveillance. She had checked her room, and Lemus's for that matter, for any form of electronic surveillance, finding nothing. All was quiet.
All was still, as if a thick blanket of snow covered the entire world. She undressed and finally, reluctantly, drew the eiderdown over her. She stared at the ceiling for some time before her eyes closed in a troubled sleep. As she tossed and turned, she was again assailed by images, strange and yet at the same time familiar, snippets like lightning flashes illuminating for seconds at a time in the moonless, starless night of her unconscious mind. The red brick mansion loomed large in these tableaux, and always the ravens circling pitch black against the piercing blue sky, a sky she now very much suspected was alpine. She felt the nearness of the mansion, as if it had a magnetic hold on her, as if the closer she got, the stronger that pull became until it became irresistible. Deep down in her subconscious she was aware of the danger, one greater than any she had encountered before. But what she didn't know, what eluded her no matter how hard she set her mind to it, was what the danger entailed. And she knew, though maddeningly she didn't know how she knew, that she would only understand the nature of this danger when she came face to face with it. And by then it might be too late. Brenda had chosen the non-stop 8-hour flight to Munich and a minimum 2-hour drive to Obersalzberg rather than a long multi-leg flight into Salzburg. She was traveling as Amy Kendall, vice president of a computer sales company domiciled in Grand Cayman. Should anyone call to check her out, they'd get an apologetic voicemail requesting the caller leave a message for the unavailable Ms. Kendall. The most direct route from Munich to Obersalzberg, Google Maps informed her, was via the high-speed A8 motorway. She planned to rent a car at the airport, paying in cash, and drive like a demon, maybe making it in under the 2-hour barrier. But as so often happens in life, her plans did not work out. While she was waiting in line at the rental car agency, 2 suits came up on either side of her and asked her quietly and politely to get out of the line. They spoke English with a distinct Bavarian accent. When she refused, they told her in no uncertain terms what would happen to her if she did not comply. At the same time, she felt the muzzle of a pistol pressing into the small of her back. "All right," she replied. "Let's all calm down." "Wir calm," the one on her left said softly. He smelled of camphor and something acrid she couldn't quite place. "And we will remain so only if you come with us." The other man jabbed her with the pistol's muzzle. "Now." The man on her left took possession of her overnight bag, while the other steered her through the ultra-modern terminal with the pistol's muzzle. Strange faces were coming at her from all directions. Odors of draft beer, sauerkraut, and boiled sausages assailed her in such strength she almost gagged. Being frog-marched by a pair of Bavarian apes to God alone knew where might have had something to do with the sick feeling in the pit of her stomach. Outside, under a buttermilk sky pierced by needle-like steeples and square brick bell towers, the stench that had nauseated her dissipated quickly, smothered by clouds of exhaust and diesel fumes. A large black BMW was idling at the curb, awaiting her appearance. The man on the left opened the rear door, put his hand on the top of her head, all but shoved her onto the back seat. Then he climbed in beside her and closed the door. As soon as the man holding the pistol took his position next to the driver, the BMW took off. Fritz gave her a pat-down, relieved her of her mobile phone and her watch. "Where are you taking me?" Brenda said. "Relax," the man she had dubbed Fritz replied in a voice that sounded as if he had a mouthful of razor blades. "We have a long way to go." His lips reminded her of slices of raw liver. The man who rode shotgun, whom